What's up, Internet? My name's Nerdy.
And I'm Claru.
And this is the Nerdy,
the Wordy,
the Book Club. Or at least the first stream of the day. Until OBS craps out, and then we have to restart, and then it will just inexplicably work the second time.
Don't say that. Don't say that. You're gonna jinx it.
We're so back. Will OBS fail us? Well, let's see. We'll see.
We shall.
I tested it this morning, and it was working. So, Judah Ken is there. Thank you for that super chat. I think it's going to work.
Super chat. Hell yeah. We also had some new Nerds Radiant.
Did we?
Up at the very, very, very top.
Bluesome Cherry. Thank you for being
welcome.
a Nerds Radiant.
Yeah.
And one of 9. Thank you for joining the Nerds Radiant.
But which one?
Let us know which house you're in.
House?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought it was like one of the 9
which
unmade.
No. I mean like the 10 factions?
The 10 factions
of the Knights Radiant.
Oh. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Order. There you go. Yeah.
Order. That's the
orders.
word I was looking for.
Nailed
God damn.
It. David Peltier, welcome back to the Nerds Radiant. In Book Club, we all fam. We in Book Club, we all are family.
Sorry, what?
I was just reading.
No, and then you go, in the book club, we all fam. And then I go, wait, what? And then, in the book club, we're all family. Are you racist?
Oh, there's a thing here.
Wow! You are a content creator. How do you not know anything? It's a Broad City sketch that became like the TikTok like 2 weeks ago.
I don't know what Broad City is.
In the club, we all fam.
Sure.
Lobo, thank you for that super duper chat.
Wow.
It's a birthday book club for you. Happy
Thank you so much.
dang birthday.
Happy freaking
Lobo.
birthday. I hope you get a cake or a cupcake or a cheesecake, whatever kind of cake you like to eat.
I mean, cheesecake falls under the umbrella of normal cake, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Just has the name cake in it. I was just saying words that had the word cake. You know?
Yeah.
You know, I was just being a little goof.
For sure. No,
Goofy
I
little
feel
guy.
that. I feel that.
Happy freaking birthday, Lobo.
We don't have a sponsor today. Instead, we have Doctors Without Borders. We are raising money for Doctors Without Borders every Wednesday and Friday night here and over on the Roleplay Relay with Heroes Without Borders, our charity TTRPG event. If you want to go click on that link, you can donate and help us. We are almost at our $10,000 goal.
Do you know what that means?
I do, actually, but do you want to let them know?
It means that I'm going to DM one shot.
One shot. It's probably going to be like a little mini-series.
I'm going to DM a game for the first time online.
Mm-hmm.
On the internets, live streamed for y'all's enjoyment. So we just need to hit 10K, and we should, because I am actually going to be in Wednesday's episode of Heroes Without Borders. So
we're going to be in Kryn, the Dragonlance setting.
I have a feeling that some of you are going to donate to charity to fuck with me.
Yes.
And to that I say, how dare you?
Yeah, so Clarence is going to be DMing a little story set in the Stardew Valley universe.
Yeah.
Should we raise only
10K.
like $1,200 more? We're at like 8.8K right now, which is crazy. Thank you to everyone who's been incredibly generous this holiday season in helping us with our charity event. We greatly appreciate you, as well as the sponsors of that event, Many Worlds Tavern, Dispel Dice, and Elderwood Academy. If you do come over to those streams, you can win dice from Dispel. You can win at the finale. You'll be able to win Elderwood Academy Journal, and also we have a huge giveaway from the Many Worlds Tavern folks. We're giving away so much free stuff to people who donate to the charity. So get your name in those raffles by going to the link below and donating before December 13th.
Hell yeah, that's the finale.
Yeah. Logan says, hello, Grandpa George and Clarus. Thank you. Yes. I am Grandpa George. That is me.
So old. Just... You're old enough to have a grandchild.
Yeah. I do. His name's Charlie Bucket. He's a good kid.
Good kid, you
good
know?
Kid,
you know, we want all the best for Charlie.
Yeah, he's the only one who survived the massacre of Willy Wonka's factory.
Wow. Spoilers.
Wait. Okay, so we do a Q&A after the show every day. And you don't have to do it all, but like 2 of the actors go out after the show and answer kids' questions.
Yeah.
And we were on stage. This is like a week ago. And one of the kids goes, "Where's Charlie's dad?" And we all froze.
Dead.
Oh,
He's dead.
I didn't want the mic. I was holding the microphone, and I didn't want it, so I just went, "Tip," and just like,
Charlie doesn't have a father.
Oh my god, we were all... Just Tiff and I were on stage like, fuck, how do we approach this with a 6-year-old?
Yeah.
Well, ask your mom about death.
Yeah, I am not responsible for introducing that concept to you.
Yeah.
Is your show version...
Judah Canizera says, is your show the version where the squirrels kill Veruca? No, in our version we do a ballet and then she gets tossed in a bin and then the bin goes off stage. So, you can assume that she dies in the nut bin.
Yeah.
If you want, but also, we're doing a kid's version of the show, so...
You can also assume that Augustus drowned.
We don't do what the Broadway version did, which was have her ripped apart on stage by squirrels.
Literally,
yeah.
Yeah, that was horrific.
Yeah, thank you for the memberships, the gifts. 10 gifted memberships to the community.
10 new radiants, we're gonna need them.
Yeah, are we?
Yeah, we're gonna need them.
We're gonna need them to lay down their weapons and give the land back to the singers. Let's get into...
Yeah.
Let's get into chapter 92. Clarice, crazy reading this week. How do you feel about it? Before we get into it.
Not good.
Not good in, you don't like it, or not good in your assessment of the situation our characters find themselves in?
I feel like it's bad and complicated, and I don't know what they're gonna do about it.
Yeah, I do think... just to be completely honest, I do think that this is, I do think this is the weakest part of the book for me. I still enjoyed it, and I still think that Oathbringer is an incredible novel.
Yeah.
But in terms of this story, I think the way in which the foot comes off the gas to do the Shadesmar plot and Dalinar is drunk and sad about the thrill again is a little bit of a it could have been a little bit shorter. And this the first sections of Oathbringer, I didn't feel like I would have cut anything.
Okay.
But part 4 just honestly didn't need all of it.
Okay, I think that's fair.
I feel like what we get to at the end is really cool, and the interludes this week are very, very cool. I'm loving the Venli stuff. I want to spend so much more time with Venli, and I'm almost certain we will in the next book because it's called Rhythm of War. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I have a feeling we're gonna spend a lot of time with the listener who reads a lot of books, Parshani books. But yeah, I don't know. This week I was just kind of like, the Shadesmar stuff was interesting.
Yeah,
but not particularly
No, like you said, they didn't have to spend much time really on the first boat. They could have kind of just got to the first city, right? Met the Void Spren and the Spren there and had that interaction into the chase. There wasn't really I don't think much of a reason to have the kind of meandering on the boat before getting to the city. And it's that much. But I agree. I think that maybe the only interesting thing about it was that the captain his dad is also a dead eye or whatever and was locked up. But that's kind of it.
Which again is interesting,
but is a concept that you could have in a different scenario. So it just didn't need to be I agree. I think that it could have clipped along a little bit more, but I think that being said, that the high of the section before leading into it kind of gives you that feeling of wanting to read and keep going, and so it didn't feel actually that long to me because I was because the wheels were already going. It felt the boulder was already tumbling down the hill. I think that if we'd had this section without having a kind of climax of Kholinar, it would have felt kind of a little bit sloggy. But I think that feeling was negated a little bit by the setup for it, which I think was purposeful.
Yeah, for the most part. I with the Kaladin, Adolin, and Shallan stuff. I found the Dalinar stuff to be... It felt like the book needed him to just not be doing stuff. rather than feeling like super motivated to me.
See, I actually found the Dalinar stuff more interesting, only because there's the moments where the meetings are coming together and people are starting to work together, and that trust is like being built, and you can kind of actually like witness that in real time until it all gets taken away, and it's fucking devastating. So
I mean before he's doing stuff again.
What do you mean?
The section where Dalinar is like is comatose.
Well, we don't really spend much time with him comatose.
We do a little bit though, and I think that it is the magical way in which Dalinar and Kaladin both kind of are just sidelined here that felt like it added to the slog a little bit for me.
Okay. Yeah.
And with Dalinar, it might be a little bit that I feel like it was a little hat on a hat, doing both him remembering what happened with Evie, and also he has this like crazy freak out with the thrill. And the...
Oh, really? I thought those two things should be linked because the thrill was such a big part of his life, and it seems like the he was able to cut ties with the thrill because he went to the Night Watcher, right? And so now that the memories are coming back, that addiction
he wasn't able to
is
cut
also
ties with the thrill.
I mean, it doesn't like lord over him in the same way, right? The Dalinar
it does. He just doesn't have an emotional connection to killing Parshendi in the way that he does other humans.
No, I think that the violence on the Shattered Plains feels very different than the violence that is described in the flashbacks.
Yes, because he's able to other his opponents in a way that if you
he has moments where he like pulls out. He's
yeah,
like,
and in those moments he feels grossed by what he's doing.
Yeah. But he never has
but he never gets
before.
over the thrill. Yes, he does. He has that with the moment with Dalinar where he almost kills his brother. He has that anytime he pulls out of the thrill, he has the same kind of moment. The Night Watcher doesn't protect him from the thrill at all.
No, not protect him. But I think that
but you said that it like
detaches him a little bit from it because he is like a full addict before he goes to the Night Watcher, right? And the Night Watcher kind of...
Oh, I very much disagree about him not being an addict on the Shattered Plains. He gets so excited to go kill Parshendi on the Shattered Plains.
Not really.
I mean, the end of book 2, he's like, let's go genocide the entire race.
He is the only one who is not trying to beat out the other High Princes at going to kill people and get gem hearts.
No, he doesn't give a fuck about the gem hearts.
Yeah, he doesn't.
But he leads the expedition to go commit genocide at the end of book 2.
Yes, because he thinks that that's the only solution, not because he's excited about it. Dalinar is never shown in book 1 to be excited about slaughtering Parshendi, except when he's in the middle of a fight. That's what I mean.
So then how does the Night Watcher protect him from that? I don't understand what your point is.
So before Evie died and he went to the Night Watcher.
Yeah.
He was trying to be the person that Gavilar wanted to be, politicking and doing more than just fighting. And all he wanted to do was find an excuse to go fucking murder people. All he wanted to do deep down in his soul was get back on the battlefield, get back out there, kill people, murder people, fight people. Like, that was just like who he was, and he had this craving for it, despite the thrill being like there and active or not. And that is what's the difference is in Dalinar, like pre and post Night Watcher.
Oh, I completely disagree. I think the reason why he's not as excited about the constant battle is because the battle is meaningless on the Shattered Plains. Is that the wars before that had purpose in his eyes in terms of what he was trying to accomplish. I don't think it has anything to do with the Night Watcher taking his memories away. He is a different warrior on the battlefield post Night Watcher because the battle doesn't mean anything, because the monotony of it.
I don't feel that way because people are like, oh, the Blackthorn is not the Blackthorn anymore. You know, oh, he's gotten old. He's whatever.
Well, yeah, that happens. Like, he's like in his 50s.
But it doesn't happen the way people think it is because Dalinar is still able to do incredible feats on the battlefield. He has just chosen not to.
But they don't mean anything anymore because he's already accomplished everything. He like his struggle. And we should probably get started on the chapters at some point. But his struggle at that point isn't, I need to prove myself, I need to win anything. He is basically just beating up on an enemy over and over and over again that he knows he can win against.
Yeah, but that's all he does in Alethkar too. Gavilar points him at an enemy and says kill, and he goes and he kills. He doesn't even know the meanings behind it. He's like, I let Gavilar do the picking and the choosing and the politicking, and he just points me at a thing and I go kill it. Like, it doesn't actually matter to him.
Sure, I just don't think that the Night Watchers taking away his memories did that to him. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, that feels like the Night Watcher would be doing too many things at once. I think that Dalinar's just changed in other ways because he's 50 years old, has 2 kids, and is fighting a 6-year, like, monotonous siege against the same thing every day.
I think that, like, addiction is partially, like can be genetic, right? Some people are genetically predisposed to addiction, but I actually think that it is equally the memories you have, the choices you make, the person that you are. And so the Night Watcher fundamentally changed who Dalinar was as a person, and I think that it actually did shift his, like, addictive mentality, like, that, because he doesn't have those memories anymore. He wasn't trying to drink to drown out the fucking screams of children burning, like.
I just disagree. I disagree that he was no longer, like, addicted to the thrill in book 1.
No, I didn't feel like he was at all.
I think he caught himself.
That's why we were like,
but, like, he was still.
That's why we were like, oh, it's just adrenaline. Oh, the thrill is just adrenaline. It's a weird, like, where I was like, I don't know why they're talking about adrenaline, right? Like, and now we know it's something magical. But in the first book, we were like, yeah, they all just have adrenaline on the battlefield. That's, like, totally normal.
Yeah, I guess.
Judah, thank you for that super chat. Remember when Dalinar killed in Way of Kings and got really sick right afterwards, like he was going to overcome the thrill, then instantly got a big sense of nausea? Yeah, it's moments like those where I genuinely think that...
Right, but he still gives over to the thrill at every opportunity in the first book.
Because it helps you on the battlefield.
Until the nausea moment, right?
Not because he's like, God, I fucking love this, it makes me alive. He uses it because he recognizes that it actually helps him on the battlefield become a better fighter. Yeah, maybe. Is how it reads to me. I feel like the thrill in book 1 and here feel very different, and I think
I think the thrill feels different in every book, but that's an inconsistency, I think, in my
See, I think it's because of Dalinar's perspective on it, because he's actually
but Dalinar's not the only character that we see it in, and, like, the thrill in book 1 never felt like Dalinar and Adolin were ever at risk of killing their own soldiers. It didn't feel like it took away... It felt like it made them more focused. Whereas in the Dalinar flashbacks, it feels like it makes him, like, feral, which just is... It almost feels like a completely different experience in the reading of it. And, like, you can be like, well, Dalinar was more feral, I guess. Mm-hmm. But we see that the Alethi are always filled with the thrill, and there are plenty of Alethi in the armies that are more feral, particularly Sadeas' army, that are more feral than Dalinar's. And in book 1, it's never brought up that the Alethi, like, kill each other on the battlefield ever. Like, that's just, it's never even a mentioned thing. And so we know that these characters are feeling the thrill, because we know that Dalinar and Adolin, at the very least, are. Mm-hmm. And that the Alethi are at this war where they are participating in the thrill, but it's never brought up that it makes them, like, out of control.
I kind of interpret it as, like, Dalinar is actually affected by the thrill differently. Because it's been his whole life. Because he's very much into it. Like, he has no problem killing. Like, he literally grabs the thrill by the balls and fucking rides it all the way home. And I feel like we never really saw that in book 1. Which is why I think, to me, the difference and the growth in the thrill and how it's been presented to us actually makes a lot of sense.
I just think it could have been foreshadowed in having like, members of Sadeas' army who are supposed to be
thrown in jail for accidentally, like, maiming
it could have been foreshadowed that there were mistakes happening more often on the battlefield when people are going feral. Like, there could have just been a way of introducing, rather than Dalinar being the only super special boy, which I don't buy. You know what I mean? I don't buy into, like, individuals being... Sure, but on the sample size that we have, right, there's, 20,000 Alethi soldiers going to battle weekly. The idea that Dalinar is 1 out of 20,000 who connects with the Thrill in this very special way and also happens to become the Stormfather's bond and also happens, you know what I mean? It just starts to make the characters feel convenient because they exist within their own world outside the rules that everybody else plays by. And so if they had foreshadowed that there were people who were giving over to the Thrill too much in like book 1 who were like, God, this person like went crazy and killed 7 of his squad mates on the battlefield. And suddenly it's like in book 3 we're like, oh yeah, that happens sometimes. Rather than in book 1 introducing the Thrill as like, this is the way that we focus and get real fucking good at fighting. The Alethi are just the most focused, best warriors. And then in book 3 it's like, yeah, but also Dalinar used to go so fucking crazy on it that he murdered people and nobody like that's where I feel like the Thrill was foreshadowed in a weird way to me personally.
Yeah, okay. I see what you mean. I think that, you know, there definitely could have been a thing added where there was a trial for someone who you know, like, fucked up and had to be executed or whatever it is. Made a bridgeman, even. One of the bridgemen shows up and is like...
that would have been a great...
I fucking cut off my officer's arm because of the Thrill or something by accident, and
Something like that to foreshadow the, like... to make me in book 1 go, is it really just adrenaline? You know what I mean? Just to give me that thought.
Yeah.
I would have appreciated given the way that it goes.
No, I hear what you're saying.
With it, with Dalinar later on.
Chris, thank you for that super chat. This one goes to 11. This one goes to 11.
I don't know what goes to 11, but this one does.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, we got that. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Do multiple people have audio cut out or just Code 76?
I think it might just be Code.
Right.
Sorry, Code.
I feel like our camera angle's weird today. Sorry, y'all, if it's a strange... I feel like there's a more headspace than usual.
Oh. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I sometimes get a little weird with books where the main characters are the main characters, where like everything happens only to them and nothing ever happens to anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like that. Stories are about a specific person, and I think for the sake of like ease, like having a bunch of different characters is just more complicated, more realistic, sure, but more complicated than having like, this is a protagonist.
No, but I'm saying like area of effect stuff. If you're gonna tell me that it's an area of effect thing, then it can't only the main character shouldn't always have the special reaction to it, or else the world starts to feel very small to me.
Oh, see, I always think that stories are usually told about special people, so I'm like, yeah, they are the very special boy. Like, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense.
But he's already so special in so many other ways and he gets to be the very special boy in so many ways that it doesn't need to be in every possible way, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, he's already the only bondsmith. Anyway, chapter 92, Water, warm as blood. Let's fucking get into it this week. Szeth, is a Skybreaker now.
Hell yeah.
Because he goes to the Pure Lake, where they have, built a,
They constructed this kind of like test for people where they're
a
bunch of prisoners escaped. They're all supposed to be put to death, so you're gonna go run around and catch the prisoners. And we have some good moments between Szeth and Nightblood. Nightblood is terrifying, I'll be completely honest. That should maybe get rid of that sword.
Why? Nightblood's great. He's such a good friend.
Yeah, until you take him out of his sheath, and suddenly the whole world is gonna be destroyed.
Yeah, he's a pal. He just wants to be used. He has a free use kink.
You know what? Good for him. Good for him. Doesn't mean that we all have to oblige. You know what I'm saying? Szeth does at some point, but yeah, he like Szeth runs into one of the people who's escaped the prison. There's like a little knife fight because he's like, oh, I noticed that he kind of made his own like dagger weapon thing. That's super interesting. And Nightblood does the thing where he makes the people around him want to grab him and take him out of the sheath, which Szeth is not prone to.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's why Nale gave it to him. Like, I think that has to be relevant somehow. But Szeth fights a guy and lets him drown and goes back to the prison. And he realizes that there was only one guard. Like, the building kind of sucks. It's kind of like a terrible place to live. And so Szeth returns to the Skybreakers.
Yeah.
And it's like, I have figured out who is guilty, and it is the Bright Lord over there. And the Bright Lord's like, what? Couldn't be me. No. And they're like, well, you actually get a bunch of spheres to run this prison, and you do a shit job of it.
Which apparently is illegal.
Yeah.
But not legal in the United States of America. America! Yeah. Hell yeah!
Yeah.
Gonna open a private prison every day now!
Yeah, that's basically what this Bright Lord did, and then he, like, took all the money from it instead of actually putting it where he was supposed to, so they kill him.
Yeah.
The Skybreakers were already ahead of the students, obviously. Like, they already knew this, they already had his execution writ, whatever.
But they couldn't do anything about it until prisoners escaped.
Yes. No. They knew it was going to happen, but they couldn't prevent something awful from happening. They could only fix it after.
Calamar says, imagine if this chapter was your first time reading about Nightblood's effects. I'd be very confused. Like, I'm glad we read Warbreaker first.
Yeah. Yeah, it is also, like how fast the Stormlight runs out is a little concerning.
Not during a storm.
Yeah, I guess you could fight infinitely in the storm.
Yeah.
You just, like, ran inside of a high storm.
You could follow the high storm and kill the world as it goes, just by powering Nightblood. I don't think you could actually move the sword fast enough to keep up with the storm, but... yeah, so Szeth... I feel like Szeth learns how useless the Skybreakers really are, while at the same time, choosing to become one of them. And I mean that literally, like... I do think that the Skybreakers, in their, like, the way they're stuck in only being able to react and never be proactive in anything, you become kind of a problem. Like yeah. You know what I mean? Well, but it goes back to Jasnah, right? It goes back to, like, the kind of justice that you are meting out isn't real justice.
Yeah. So Jasnah was right. Yeah.
Like, those prisoners were... No. Jasnah's the Skybreakers in this analogy.
No, Jasnah, like, kills those guys in the alley because she's, like, pretty sure they're killing people, so just gonna get rid of them now. Preemptively save people's lives and stop more people from being killed.
No. Again, you've vastly misunderstood what justice means in that scenario.
I'm being facetious.
I hope you are.
A little bit.
Because I don't, like, I really hope you are. Because there is a genuine value to justice, and when we get callous with it, it becomes... It is a moral fabric of society that is already so thin in ours. And I don't really appreciate the way certain members of even this community think that, like, just because she thought that they were murderers, that makes it okay. Mm-hmm. I just honestly, I don't. I have a problem with that. I also have a problem here with saying these prisoners who were being terribly mistreated and starved and left to rot in a disgusting cell are worthy of being murdered because they escaped inhumane conditions, to me, is where I go, oh, so the Skybreakers are fundamentally useless, right? Once you become so stuck to the letter of the law that you're not able to understand the conditions of humanity at all, you are no longer acting from a human standpoint, and you are merely meting out justice just to, like, make yourself feel good, not actually to make things better for anybody. Well, and in, like, this situation, you haven't helped anyone. You just killed a bunch of people, and
it's like if you go to the cops and you're like, "Hey, this person is stalking me," and they're like, "Yeah, sorry, can't do anything about that unless he actually, like, attacks you or breaks into your house or whatever," and it's like, "Oh, okay, well, that seems helpful."
And even then, they probably aren't going to do anything.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I like the way in which this whole scenario plays out. A bunch of people get killed, and the prisoners mostly get killed because, and yes, I understand that they killed a guard to escape, but they were being starved in a dirty cell. Like, the idea that they should have...
someone died because the Skybreakers couldn't do anything until afterwards.
Right, but and here's the thing: if this, I would feel differently about this, right? If the Skybreakers were like, we got called in, this is what we found, but the Skybreakers go, we knew this was happening, we were just waiting for something to happen so that we could do more.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, so you guys you are useless. Like, you made the situation worse.
Yeah.
You actively made this situation worse, not better, for anybody involved. And you allowed people to be mistreated, and it's just callous. It's a callous lack of humanity that is so disappointing to see.
Well, and that's why we
and
literally
to see Zeth join, right?
Well, we literally see Nale running around trying to kill a fucking child. You know what I mean? Like, I never thought that the Skybreakers were going to be a great faction in this world, especially when that's their fucking leader. So, you know, this was not actually, like, surprising to me. I was just like, hey, at least I guess they have the self-awareness to know that they're kind of useless.
Yeah. No, I agree with that, right? I think that the interesting thing about Nale's campaign against the Radiance was in his desire to stop an apocalypse, right? Like, there is something truly complicated in that is more interesting than this.
And also,
because this is just a failure in participating in society, right?
Nale seems like he was lied to, and I'm wondering if that's one of the unmade.
I don't think he was lied to. I think that was tortured for millennia, and he's just insane, right?
He said it's not happening. It's not going to be back. Like it feels like someone told him that everything is fine as long as you just keep murdering the Radiants.
Right, but that could be something Nale's convinced himself of. We know that
he just said he had to go meet with somebody. And so that, to me, like, I don't know.
I'm just saying that Nale, as a character, is an unreiable narrator because we know that he's been driven to madness by thousands of years of torture.
No, absolutely. He might have gone off to have a conversation with himself.
So yeah, we there's no guarantee that anything.
No,
but also
100%.
he also believed killing the Radiants would stop the new Aharetium before we met him. So that meeting had nothing to do with him thinking that.
No, he literally says, I need to go off and meet with someone after he sees the storm come back. So it feels like he was told by someone that it was all fine and dandy, and then he had to go, like, confront them about, like, being lied to.
Oh, maybe. That's interesting. I hadn't thought about it that way. But yeah, he might be going to... Yeah, he might be going to confront somebody.
That was always, I was like, I feel like
the book doesn't
explicitly
say that somebody told him.
No.
Yeah.
No, that I'm inferring from that. And like you said, he's crazy enough. He might have just gone and had a conversation with himself. Who fucking knows?
Yeah.
Judah, thank you for that super chat. When all you have is a hammer, everything's a nail. Yes. You're not. You are not wrong.
No, I agree with that. I do agree with that. But there is so much value in just participating in society. You know what I mean? Like, there is just so much value in people who have all of the power being open to communication. And I think, you know, what we're seeing in these books is what happens when the people with all the power don't know how to communicate like human beings at all. And, you know, what are the downsides to that? And it is that society is essentially awful. like of the worlds that Brandon has built, Roshar is the last one I would want to live in. This place is genuinely terrible.
Well, I mean,
it sucks to live here.
I would live, like, you know, with the fucking Horn Eaters or something. They seem cool.
And have random shit coming out of the mountains you live in from a fucking cognitive dimension to fucking...
I guess that is why they worship Spren.
I would not want to live near that perpendicularity to... Oh, that is why... Of course it's why they worship Spren. The perpendicularity's right there.
Yeah.
They show up... People are coming in and out of their fucking mountains all the time, and half of them are giant fucking weird creature things.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Horn Eater's life is insane.
Yeah. That's fair. It's not dull, at least.
It's not dull.
Very exciting.
Yeah,
I could not eat the food.
We
You are correct. Yeah. No, I would cry.
But no, Roshar is like, every society in Roshar is so strict in a way that it would just be awful to participate in.
Yeah. I do find it actually very fascinating that Szeth is a person incapable of thinking for himself. Like, he is far too happy to let his life be determined by the people around him. He's like part of this Shin cult where they're like, these are the honor blades, right? And then he thinks that something's going on, and so he voices that, and they fucking kick him out, and they give him a stone, and they say, whoever has the stone, you have to do whatever they say. And so he fucking murders hundreds, probably, of people because someone told him that he had to do it. And there was no, like, maybe I shouldn't be doing this kind of thing. Nope, the stone says, the people said that I have to do it, so it's just not gonna happen that way. And then in the same thing in the Skybreakers, they're like, this is how we roll. And he's like, okay, sure. Yeah, all right, that makes sense. He's just very happy to be told what to do. And I think that, unfortunately, those kinds of people are, you know, fairly common and prone to dangerous, like, brainwashing and, like, you know, I don't know what the right word that I'm looking for is, but I think that brainwashing is, like, pretty close, right? Because you take the onus off of you. You don't have to think for yourself. If there's someone else making all the choices for you, then, like, then you are, in a weird way, absolved of responsibility. And I think that I'm really hoping that Szeth combats that. Like, I think that there's gotta be the reason we're spending time with Szeth in this story and with the Skybreakers is that there has to be a pushback from somewhere eventually, right?
I hope there's a reason we're spending time with Szeth.
Yeah.
Because as much as I do find these chapters interesting, I don't care about him, though, right now.
No, like he has done terrible things, and he didn't actually have to.
But he did because of religious... people are like, Shin seems like it's okay. In Shin, if you bring up a viewpoint that people don't like, they make you a slave.
They call you truthless and they make you a slave. Now, here's the thing.
Yeah.
That might not be Shinovar as a whole. That might be the cult that kind of holds onto the honor blades and they have their own fucking weird shit. We've never been to Shinovar, so, well, actually, no. We kind of were, but was that Risen was, like, kind of there? I don't know. Like, Shinovar, in and of itself, aside from that whole honor blade cult thingy, maybe, question mark, it might be fine.
I don't
know. Because Shinovar was the place that the humans originally were given, right?
Yeah, we'll get to that.
So it's technically the oldest human...
It's the Plymouth Rock of Roshar.
Yeah, sure.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Go support local indigenous charities and take care of the native people of your lands. Okay. Let's move on. I do, the end of the chapter is fun. I like that Nightblood comes back to consciousness. And, like,
did we do
doesn't remember, like, the thing that Nightblood wants to do the most, it doesn't remember doing.
Yeah.
Which is such a, like, fascinating detail that I didn't pick up during Warbreaker. So I don't know if that was established in Warbreaker. I don't actually remember. But yeah, the post-nut clarity of, like,
did we do it?
Was it good?
Yeah.
Was it good for you?
Yeah, I feel like in Warbreaker it, like, kind of was, but I wasn't sure if that was an always kind of thing, or, like, the moment that Nightblood gets drawn, it's like for a long period of time, and, like, I think his Vasher almost dies. Like, there were other factors going into that I was like, I wasn't sure if this was every time, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it was very funny. We find out that Vivenna never drew Nightblood. Which, like, how long did Vivenna have Nightblood for? Oh, maybe actually Nightblood might only be talking about that day where she carried him around the tower. She might have never gotten him back from Vasher after she got him to Vasher that day.
Oh, yeah, because he tells Zeth that he's had him for, like, at least an hour.
Yeah.
And it's been, like, weeks. So Nightblood does not understand time at all.
And then, Key comes, Key is the Skybreaker, who is like, hey, I am your knight now, and you are my squire, and we shall ride the winds together. And he says the second ideal, and he is now able to take in Stormlight again. I thought this was going to heal his soul, but I don't think it did.
I don't know if that's a thing that can be healed. That feels kind of permanent. It feels
like he should be able to reattach it. I don't know. Maybe they've got like a suture spren, and they can use the suture spren to.
Maybe could heal it. But I don't
Renarin's power definitely seems physical. I feel like you're gonna need like a
soul stitcher.
Yeah. Yes, a suture spren.
Sure. Yeah.
We'll go with that. Chapter 93 is Kata. Do you want to play some Settlers of Catan later?
I actually love that game.
Me too. Arzu, thank you for gifting 10 membos to the community.
Thank you. We did 4 reactions this week. 4 new reactions.
We did. And we'll be doing 4 new reactions in a week and a half when Claris is back from PAX Unplugged.
Yes. As I just want to make sure you guys know that next Monday there is no book club. I'm sorry. I couldn't get a flight back from PAX until like 9 p.m.
Yeah.
So stupid. It's like a 90-minute flight, and it was a ridiculous amount of money. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with airlines. But anyways, It's fine.
And also, that's the final week of Heroes Without Borders, and I wanted a break. If I'm just being completely honest.
Yeah. That is absolutely valid.
Carrion says, first time theory, Bondsmith could maybe fix him somehow. I could see that.
Oh, like bond his soul back to his body properly? Yeah.
I don't know why Dalinar would do that for Zeth's son Villano, but...
Oh, that's true. You guys are all going to be reading Wind and
Truth.
Oh,
that's right. Happy Wind and Truth Week to those who celebrate.
Yeah. Enjoy.
ACAB includes this iteration of the Skybreakers 1,000%. 1,000%.
Yeah, a little bit.
So Adolin is still having a gosh darn nightmare. And he's having a straight up not good time.
Yeah.
Except it isn't a nightmare. It's just Shadesmar.
Yeah.
He's just rolling around in the beads. We see the 2 boys and Azure start doing a kata. And they all know the same kata.
Which she learned from Zahale, which means that he is 100% Vasher. This is my greatest
figuring it out early ever.
Can we get some hype in chat, please, for Nerdy?
For me, coming up with the Vasher is Zale theory by trying to say the funniest thing possible in the moment.
But here's the thing, you said it, and then we were like, okay, but actually, what if?
Oh no, it does work. I just thought it was like the funniest thing would be for Zyle to be... Although, okay, we have to get... we'll get to it when we get to it. But like, Vivenna pissed me the fuck off this week. I was so mad at her. And we'll get to why.
She does what she always does.
Vivenna pissed me the fuck off.
It's all good.
I'm not saying that I figured that out early. Look, guys, I want to be really clear. That was not me theorizing and having a like big brain moment.
But we put it together after.
I was trying to make jokes. I'm not taking I'm not taking credit for it. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right to take credit for this because
no, you get the credit.
A joke.
You get the credit.
Nah. This is like when Simpsons things are like, Simpsons predicted it. And it's like, Simpsons has 30 years of TV they've produced. Things are going to be right.
Yeah.
They got...
Michael Kiyosaki says, my favorite part was picturing Animal in all of the Zahale scenes. Because you cast him...
Oh, yeah.
In the... Yeah.
Animal.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm making jokes. So they do the kata. And so Azure... is like, I learned that too. And so, Azure brings up the perpendicularity, and this basically starts, and this is where this felt a little bit sloggy to me, is the characters basically all just want to go to a different place that they don't actually have a way to go to, so they mostly just argue about which direction they should be heading into without the ability to make any progress.
I was thank you for that super chat.
And so... What?
You got the thumbs up.
Oh, thank you, Arzu. Thumbs up. And so, yeah, Kaladin wants to go back faster, and yeah. Even before you joked about it in book club, you randomly threw it out in a chapter reaction, and the Discord lost its mind.
That's what I thought.
I know, but in the chapter reaction, I was going, wouldn't it be hilarious if it was someone like Vasher?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, Chloe, thank you for that super chat. Yeah, look, hey, take the win, accept it.
Sparafacil says, like, ha ha ha, so, like, Dragonlance, Astral Dusk. Hey, I gave them a way to get there. Don't.
Yeah.
They wanted to go different directions. I gave them a way to get to all of those things quickly. And now that show is on hiatus, maybe forever. Oops. We'll see later.
Okay,
We don't know
say
yet.
Shit like that.
It just might be. We'll see. Guys, Astral Dusk, not coming back anytime soon.
It's not the...
We'll have more announcements about it in the future.
Yeah, that'll go up on the Roleplay Relay channel.
Shit's crazy.
Yeah.
Guys,
you know, life happens.
Shit's crazy.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So, what were we talking about?
Oh, Zahel.
Spren yells at them and is like, I'm coming.
What is... I'm coming?
Like, there's a Spren that's, like, chasing him.
Oh, okay.
Chapter 94, a small bottle. Yeah, so we get another flashback. Dalinar is drunk. Or no, he's not drunk. He wants to be drunk. And he is, like, pretending to keep it together out in public, but behind the scenes, not keeping it together so much.
He's doing a fucking terrible job of hiding it.
Yeah,
everybody knows. Yeah. Yeah.
And so he yells at his sons. And then Renarin, little baby Renarin, shows up and is like, Daddy, I stole this liquor for you. Please love me.
Honestly.
By the way, my name's Renarin. Yeah. I'm your son.
This fucking little mini chapter was fucking heartbreaking. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, like, it fucking hurt.
Yeah. Yeah. And Renarin just wanting to, like, I don't know, just wanting his dad to, like, feel better, but, like, making it kind of, like, worse. You know what I mean? Like, it's, like, kind of doing the wrong thing, but not intentionally. And you're like,
well,
it's so complicated.
I think that it does such a wonderful job of, like, showcasing the naivete of youth. And, like, Renarin doesn't really understand. Thank you for the booze, random Alethi boy. That's funny. You know, Renarin doesn't understand the implications of giving his dad alcohol. You know what I mean? Like,
not really.
And so he's
like, what, 9 or 12 or something?
No, 7. Yeah, he'd be about 12.
Because I thought Adolin was, like, around, like, 15. So he's somewhere, I think, between the ages of, like, 9 and 12.
Yeah, and so he doesn't get it. He just thinks that, like, this is his dad's medicine, or, you know, this is the thing that makes his dad feel better.
Yeah.
And, you know, the thing is, we know that Renarin, or we I don't want to say, Dalinar is not a violent drunk.
No.
Right? He's I feel like we haven't actually seen him be very drunk. But no one talks about him as if he's violent and breaks shit. He definitely seems more of a, like, cries in a corner and doesn't do anything drunk.
He does. He definitely picks fights. You know, he had a reputation when he was, like, out and about on campaigns of picking fights, right? He, like, broke that person's back.
In a brawl, yeah. But it's not like...
he doesn't punch walls.
He's not, like, hitting Renarin.
No.
You know what I mean? So I think that Renarin doesn't see... my point is that Renarin doesn't see that side of his dad.
Yeah, for sure.
And so when Renarin, I'm assuming when Renarin is getting his dad drunk in the palace where there's no one for Dalinar to fight, Dalinar, I think, fights. He'll fight as another man, but I don't think Dalinar, you know, even
Dalinar
drunk,
is not looking to take his anger out on innocent children. Yeah, for sure.
And so I think that Renarin, I understand why, like, as a kid, Renarin views his dad as being helped by this, even if I don't, you know, obviously I don't agree with it.
Yeah, but how the fuck is he supposed to?
Because I'm an adult and I know better, but Renarin doesn't know better, and so it's just so heartbreaking to watch a child participate in their parents' drug addiction, essentially.
Well, because at the age of like 11, 12, I don't know if you could understand what like addiction is.
That's fair.
Right? It is just, it's like, I know this is bad for my dad because people say it is, and like, you know, he kind of like passes out, but it makes him feel better, and so it's got to be good, right? Like, it's just, it's complicated. And like Dalinar trying to convince himself that Evie was like talking shit about him, and then being like, oh my god, I almost hated my sons. Like, what the fuck is wrong with me?
Yeah.
Like, all of that is so fucking heartbreaking.
Judah Kennedy, I was thinking about super chat. The way Sando wrote addiction was too real in this book. I agree with that. It's very well done.
It is. Yeah.
I went through the peak of my substance abuse when reading Oathbringer, and it really helped me through.
Wow.
I love
really
to hear that.
Yeah.
That's the magic of art, right?
That is art changes people's lives, and I think that Brandon Sanderson like really did an incredible job of not glamorizing it, but also being empathetic.
Yeah, I agree.
Like,
with that.
it's a tough balance, right?
Spencer D, thank you for that super chat. Salinus, Dalinar isn't a violent drunk. He's a violent sober. Does that say Salinus?
It does.
Okay, it was like, I'm having the craziest dyslexic moment yet.
No, I think that might have been an autocorrect something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, I this chapter, it was short and like, you know, nothing really happens in it, but I thought it was incredibly well written. And it was very moving for its length, which I like. Hey, Brandon Sanderson, things can be short and moving. As you hold Oathbringer.
As you can fucking knock somebody out with that fucking tome.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm enjoying it. I don't care.
I like the book. I'm not complaining about the length, really. Could the books have been edited? Could the Stormlight Archive have been edited a little bit? Yes.
Maybe.
Almost unobjectively, yes. But I'm enjoying, like, it's one of those complaints that's like, this could have been trimmed a little bit, but it didn't need to be. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's.
Yeah.
And I think that some people, people get so, like, persnickety when you say things like that. Like, you think it, and it's like, it could have been. Like, it could, this book could have been, like, 4% shorter.
Okay, sure.
Way of Kings, definitely. Way of Kings and Words of Radiance could have been more shorter.
4% though is like really not that much. Like, if I was like writing something and they're like, we could make it 4% shorter, and I'm like, I don't know, 4% is actually worth it.
I disagree. This book could have been an email. Umang Umafe says it is intentionally big for the sake of it. That is, I don't.
It feels grand.
But it also does kind of feel like it's like, I need the book to be very large.
I don't know.
You know what I mean? 4% of a lot is a lot. Yeah.
Sure.
Chapter 95, Inescapable Void. Kaladin. We're in a Kaladin chapter. They're just like running from the Spren.
Yeah, there's definitely a big bad Spren.
They're like, why is there an anger Spren following us? None of us are angry. And Kaladin's like, yeah, I'm not angry at all. I'm totally normal. Everything's fine. Why would I be mad right now? I'm great. I'm just fucking dandy.
I love that, like, they literally go through, like, well, it wasn't me. I was feeling this way.
Adolin, you good?
No, it wasn't me. I was feeling, it's good.
Azra's like, I'm horny. I don't know about...
Yeah. And it's like that fucking, like, just, like, kooky fucking thing where everybody looks. And Kaladin's like...
It's so funny. I'm fine.
Everything's fine. Yeah. That's literally happening. He's like, well, I just don't understand why we're abandoning people, and I know it's not rational, but I'm still mad about it. And it's like, well,
and look, I am making jokes. Kaladin's acknowledgement of it being irrational was the best part of this chapter.
Yeah,
right?
God,
like,
yeah.
I am making jokes about it. This chapter rocks because of Kaladin being like, look, I am so furious right now, and nothing any of you say is going to make it better.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't a I am being rational and you need to talk me down moment. Mm-hmm. I am genuinely struggling. And I like that. I really thought that I thought that the writing of that dialogue was exceptional.
Yeah.
And you know, I don't always love Brandon Sanderson's dialogue. All right. Are we still in the same stream?
Yeah, are we still in the same stream, actually, is...
I think we are.
Yeah, actually, I think we came back quick enough that it's fine.
Oh, thank God.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I do think that, what was the last thing we said on video?
Yeah, I know. It's always hard to tell, like, exactly
where it cut out. Does anyone know what the last thing y'all heard was?
And don't always love Brandon Sanderson's dialogue.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. So sometimes Brandon Sanderson's dialogue, I do think that Brandon Sanderson's, like, descriptions of the world are a more complicated prose than the, like, interpersonal dialogue is at times.
Oh, okay.
And that can feel a little bit imbalanced to me in the book sometimes. But in this, I would actually argue that Oathbringer, I think, has gotten better at that. I do think that it's something that has improved across Stormlight Archive as a whole. And particularly in this week's reading, as much as I do think it slogs a little bit and slows down, I think there's some really great dialogue sections of these conversations where characters are talking to one another.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, partially it is that they're finally being honest and not just kind of like constantly talking around, not moving the plot forward.
Yeah.
And I do think that in particular this bit of dialogue with Kaladin here is really great, and I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, I think that there's been several instances in this book where I'm like, oh, it's really solidifying for me. I do think he's improved.
Yeah.
And I think that's why this one might end up being my favorite, honestly.
It is so interesting because I felt like the 3 Mistborn books felt very consistent with each other.
I think they were all written together.
Whereas the Stormlight books, I genuinely think, like, I think the writing has gotten better from book to book.
Yeah.
In addition to the structure, like, I think that there is
I think the balance of, like, this world fucking sucks and everything fucking sucks got better.
Mm-hmm. It's not as
Number
depressing.
1 was actually fucking depressing and a little bit hard to read. Like, I think that there are definitely people who would pick that up and start reading it who might otherwise enjoy the kind of book it is, but be like, this is just too sad. This makes me too fucking sad. Right?
And so I think that, Umang says, I agree, Sanderson is very good with dialogue, it's very tropey. It is.
It can be, yeah.
It can be. But I do feel like as Stormlight has gone on, he has gotten away from that a little bit more. And I think it's gotten, I think that he has, like, grown in this world as an author in a really interesting way.
The places where it is most apparent, I think, are with the Hoid stuff. We didn't love any of the Hoid stuff, really, book 1 and 2, but in book 3, there's been several moments where I'm like, oh, this actually works for me.
Well, it's because Hoyt finally feels like he's in the world that we're reading and not just being like, hey, reader, we're going to take a break from the story to talk about how I feel about paintings.
Sure. Yeah.
And yeah, no, it's nice. I love, and I even like Way of Kings. I liked Way of Kings. I just didn't love it. Right? Yeah. But I love this book, and I do, this book.
I want to hang it right there.
This book is, like, meaningful to me in a way that, I didn't find Way of Kings to be. Mm-hmm. You know?
I want to get Nightblood. Like, as a sword. Like, because here's the thing, is I was like, I don't love Warbreaker, but, you know, the idea of Nightblood is really cool. And now that Nightblood is included in this story, I'm like, I want. There's literally, like, a Smith on, like, Twitter that I follow.
Mm-hmm. Who made one?
Tweeted out, was like, God, I would love for someone to commission me to make a Shardblade or Nightblood. And I was like, well. So I might, might do that eventually at some point, because I just love swords, okay? And I want more swords.
Oh, it's not a crazy complicated sword either.
No, it just has the, like, you know, obviously the black smoke effect, you can't really do it, but unless you rigged the sword electronically to, like,
we could hang it to have smoke coming off of it, but
I think that would be fun.
Let's keep going. So they the Anchor Spend fuck off because Kaladin gets really invested in the horizon. He's like, I'm just gonna look at things until I'm not mad anymore.
Yeah.
Which is why people go on hikes. Guys, try hiking. Hiking, it's great. And they finally talk to Syl, and Syl reveals that she lived in this giant honor-sprint city, and you're like, that's kind of a reveal, but not really. And then she's like, also, like, I had a radiant before you, and I was like, wait, what? What?
Yeah. Surprise. Judah, thank you.
Sylphrena had a radiant before Kaladin.
Judah, thank you for that super chat. I will work on it.
Vivenna with Nightblood. It's a good one.
I would absolutely do that cosplay. You know,
for Warbreaker 2.
She's not like my favorite character.
Electric Boogaloo.
But I think that I think it'd be very fun to do, especially if we do end up going to Dragonsteel next year. If anyone wants to recommend us.
So Syl basically reveals that she was a bonded honor friend before the Recreants. Her Night Radiant died, and so she went into like a depression coma.
Yeah. Pretty much.
And so when the Recreants happened and all of the other bonded honor friend were killed by the breaking of oaths, Syl survived because she was asleep at the time.
Yeah, and she woke up without a lot of her memories. Like, she kind of, like, had, like, a hard reset somehow.
I thought that happened when she went through to the world again.
Well, that also happened, but the guy on the boat seems to think that she's not able to handle a bond again because she woke up, like, basically a baby.
Oh, right.
I thought.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she literally, like, goes to sleep and wakes up, like, a child again.
But yeah, the Storm Daddy was like, hey, you're not allowed to leave the city anymore.
She goes, fuck you.
And she's like,
rules.
And his voice, it's there across the bead water.
There you go, yeah.
And so she heard Kaladin calling to her, even though he didn't know he was going to do that in the future, but he was, because she heard it.
Time is a construct.
Yep. And so she fucked off, and she went back, and then they're like, oh my god, guys, a lighthouse.
Yep. Then we switch over to...
Oh, yeah, I am kind of a Zeth Sun right now, Umang, right? Yeah.
Just put you in white robes.
Oh my god, I should
enough,
do that cosplay while I'm bald.
Yeah.
In the photos, we need to get me a white outfit so that when in January, I can shoot a Seth Sun Villano look.
We'll have to get you the honor blade then.
I mean, we have a bunch of big swords.
It's gotta be the specific one.
Jesus Christ. What does Zet's honor blade look like?
I don't know. Actually. It's the long, thin one, right? That's not really, like, ornate.
I wonder if we could get that quickly. Because before I grow my hair back, I wouldn't mind shooting that.
It'd be fun.
You know what I mean?
He doesn't have the facial hair, though, I don't think.
Oh, that's going to be a tough one to get.
That sword? Why?
Well, it's that, right?
Yeah. Definitely some fancy shit.
Damn.
Yeah. Just looking at the honor blades.
Yeah, they're cool.
That one is straight up fucking Monster Hunter.
I want all of them. I want to have a room that has like all of the honor blades on the walls in a circle.
Yeah.
So then chapter 90.
You could also use Nightblood. See? Be like a...
Oh, if we get Nightblood.
Double use for Nightblood.
Yeah, I would shoot that. That'd be fun to have like my fully bald Zeth Sun Villano.
We'll just have Paul do camera effects where you're flying. Just like
we
floating.
could shoot on his roof and like have me fly next to the CN Tower as Zeth Sun Villano.
Yeah.
96 pieces of a Fabrial. There's a meeting. It's interesting.
I think so. I liked honestly getting Navani's point of view, especially when she's like, yeah, I just kind of like let people be smart and do things and just ask the right questions. I don't actually really like do much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm only the facilitator, and it's like, you don't understand how important that is. Yeah, they get to the meeting and fucking Ayala is there. She's a fucking pain in the ass.
Everyone needs to bring their own chair.
Yes.
Because of tradition, except for Teravangian because he's old as fuck. Which, fair. But he does anyway. You know who doesn't? Ela because
she's a bitch. I don't know.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: Navani used to be her friend, so it's like, was Navani also a bitch, or did ELA get worse?
No, ELA got worse.
I think so.
Yeah. Also, Navani got the situation changed, right?
Yeah.
But also, I feel like this is really a bad play on ELA's part.
Oh, she tried to fuck shit up. I think she showed up there literally to be a nuisance.
Yeah, no, 100%. She absolutely did. But if I'm trying to be a nuisance, I don't make it obvious that I'm going to be a nuisance.
Really?
Before yeah. I feel like ELA's political savvy, I'm calling it into question. I don't think she's doing a very good job here. And she doesn't succeed, obviously. But I think that, like, Taravangian is who ELA thinks she is, but ELA is actually just catty.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like, the last book set me up to think that I was like, oh, ELA is going to be this brilliant political mind that I need to worry about.
That was before Sadeas died. Like, I think that she's actually far more affected by it than she lets on.
No, yeah, that's probably true.
Because I agree. I do think that I was like, oh, she's going to be fucking dangerous. And I think she still will be. But I think that right now she's literally just being a fucking nuisance because she's hurting so bad.
That's interesting. Yeah, I do feel like there's too much going on in this book a little bit with her and Taravangian. Like, there's a few too many factions. And
everyone has their own motives.
I love this book, and I don't want people to think that I'm complaining, but I do kind of feel like one of the things that this book doesn't do great is hang on to all of the different groupings and keeping people, like, relevant enough that I remember whose side people are on. Like, there's
like who's in which cult?
There's too much. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. There's too many, like, groups with ulterior motives for me sometimes, and I'm like, I don't even remember what people want anymore.
There's like 4 different Illuminati.
Maraise came back in the interlude, and I was like, which group is Maraise in?
That's fair.
I was reading that chapter, and I was like, is he a son of honor? What?
Yeah.
And I do feel like, because none of the secret society's plans actually are, like, part of the plot of the book right now, because the plot is, like, there's this crazy...
Except Taravangians, kind of, like...
Taravangian is a nuisance to the plot, but it isn't actually part of the plot. Taravangian just wants to fuck up the plot.
Yeah.
But, like, the plot is, like, moving forward, and and part of it is that I'm also doing a musical, and I'm also doing the charity stream. And I'm doing all the reactions. Like, I have so many stories in my head each week right now that I'm legitimately, like, reading the book going, what the fuck does this person want to accomplish again? And do I know, or is their goal a mystery still? And
yeah,
you know what I mean? And so this is not a complaint about the book. It's more a complaint about, like, my brain right now. This meetings chapter, to me, I was literally like, okay, so there's, like, the Azir. There's this section where the prime of Azir is later on in the chapter, they're talking, and then, like, their subordinate country people are, like, talking about what they want to accomplish, and I fully I was sitting on the subway going to work, and I just kept going back with the, like, go back 30 seconds on Audible.
Yeah.
Because I was like, who the fuck is this person, and what is it that they want exactly? And like, it was just, this chapter was almost too much for my brain. No, I'm not gonna lie.
I definitely feel that a little
bit. This chapter was, like, almost
thank you
beyond
for
what I could follow.
Chat. Sword Guy is a blacksmith in Canada that does anime, TV show, book swords. I bought his mystery sword boxes before. Interesting. Sword Guy. Okay. I'll remember that. The one that I was talking about specifically, I believe is in Europe, and I think their name is, like, Aiden or something. You should definitely look at his swords. I'm gonna see if I can, like,
James Ross says, we read Wheel of Time where we don't see characters for 4 books, and I complained about it then, James Ross. Hey, I am just being consistent. Look, and again, it's not really a criticism of the book, because what's interesting about this chapter is actually just how Navani feels about it.
Yeah.
And then ultimately, like, how Dalinar lords over it, despite not really talking that much, right? Those are the interesting elements of this chapter. And also Taravangian, like, being a useless man today. And not being able to, well, and I don't mean literally useless, but like, he's not really able to participate in the conversation. And they're like asking about the half shards, and he's like, they're pretty strong. And they're like, yeah, but like how strong? And he's like, you know, strong things, they're that. And so it is interesting to see Taravangian on a bad day in public. So like, there's elements of this chapter that I really enjoyed,
100%.
but also my brain power for it was mitigated. Yeah. I
get that. It is a lot.
Yeah. Ultimately, it comes down to who's gonna do what. The Aezirsh are given, like, the go make rules for us. Fen is gonna be the trade lady. And the Alethi are gonna go help with war. And the group collectively decides that Yakaved is the next target, because it just makes sense. And so, yeah, that's it.
Uh-huh.
Chapter 97.
Rayino. Love it.
We get Kaladin again.
A little memory.
Yeah. Kaladin has a memory of trying to escape with some slaves back when he was in his, I was about to say slavery era, but that sounds just awful. That's slavery era. I'm so fucking TikTok brain rotted. Jesus Christ. Back when he was in his slavery era. That's terrible.
Oh my god.
And so Nalma, this poor woman, steps on a trap. And Kaladin is so rooted in the moment that he doesn't run like everyone else. And so they kill all the other slaves, but they keep Kaladin alive because he didn't flee, and to make an example of him. And like, Alethi society sucks. And we're going to get into it by the end of this. The chapter, the name of the book club this week is like, whose side are we on? And I think we're going to get into it. But I've been saying since Way of Kings that I don't really, I'm not pro-Alethi.
Nobody likes the Alethi. I don't know if anyone read the
first book. I know, but they are the
main
characters of the book.
Best.
No, but they're who we're following.
Yeah.
And so it's weird because like I don't want them to succeed.
At what?
At their plans?
What plans?
At winning? Like,
you don't want them to succeed at trying to save the world?
I think save the world is a very Alethi way to put what the conflict is. You know what I mean?
I mean, it just depends on whether or not you believe, like, what the book has told us so far, that Odium's gonna fucking just murder everybody.
Has the book said that, though? Like,
Taravangian believes it, yeah.
Yet, but I don't trust Taravangian.
Okay, yeah, that's what I mean.
Right?
It really comes down to, like, what you really think, like, Odium's true intentions are.
I don't know that Odium's intentions are just, like, genocide. Right?
I don't know. Definitely he's happy to torture people. Just doesn't seem like a great guy, that's all. I don't trust Odium.
But the problem is I don't trust any of the gods.
Sure.
Like, cultivation fucks with people in ways that are very odd. Cultivation doesn't seem great.
Cultivation seems like it feels like, in a weird way, Brandon Sanderson started off with 3 gods, right? 1 evil god, 1 neutral god, 1 good god. And is fucking flipping that on its head. It's like, actually, none of that fucking matters. Those alignments are bullshit.
Yeah, and so because we're now, like, Nerdy is siding with the body snatchers. No, I'm not necessarily pro-fused.
Yeah.
I'm pro-Parshendi. Or listeners.
Or singers.
Yeah, it's harder to differentiate between the singers and the fused. But I am pro-listeners for sure. Right?
Yeah, too bad they're all dead.
I don't believe that.
I know,
I don't buy that.
I hope not.
I think they're coming back. But, like... And this is going to get into a really weird thing where I think this... Prior to reading this reveal, right, and the implications of it, I was like, God, there's going to be so many fun ways to tell stories in the Stormlight Archive RPG. And now,
Now you get to play the colonizers.
Deeply, deeply concerned about the kinds of narratives some people are going to tell. The power fantasy version of the Stormlight RPG that people will play because it will be easier will not necessarily line up with what the books are trying to say about morality. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's going to be really hard to run a Stormlight RPG campaign where you just fucking, like, plow through Parshendi.
The people who were going to do that were going to do that anyway, so it's not like it, you know.
But like that, like, that's the thing that I was coming up with. Because I was trying to think of what, like, our campaign was going to be next year. And now that I know the truth about this world, I'm like, well, I have to scratch off a bunch of that shit because that doesn't line up with...
problematic.
Yeah. But right now, I'm really pro, like, Eshonai. I'm an Eshonai girly. I'm not going to lie.
I think Eshonai's soul is going to come back.
I think hope Venli, so, man.
Guys, my bold prediction is that Venli is going to sacrifice her body so that Eshonai can take it over like the Fuse do. Because she says the wrong sister survived, like all this stuff. So I think she's going to have like a sacrificial moment, and that the spren that she has right now is actually Eshonai's soul.
And I like that theory. I think that's going to happen as well, but it is not my theory. I think that because you wrote it, and I think that's smart. I have a theory about what's going to happen, and what the next reveal is going to be, but I want to get to it when we get to it, so let's get to it by getting through the other stuff first.
Sure.
Kaladin sneaks into the lighthouse, and he meets this old Shin man. That Shin man is like, hello, I am the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, literally. I was like, wow, that's so relevant to your life right now.
Purple Aja, thank you for becoming a member for 10 months. You are a nerd radiant. Honestly, I'm really nervous for Sanderson. Writing well about colonialism and genocide is hard. Yes. You and I have the same nerves about it. Because I really like this book. And also, I think that choosing to write this narrative in this way is a landmine field.
Yeah.
That, like, tap dancing across that for 6 more books. Or obviously, one more with Wind of Truth coming out this week. So then 5 past that. Like, yeah. And you know what? I think that part of the weirdness about the reveal is that this week was Thanksgiving, which is a holiday that honestly shouldn't be a holiday, right? Like,
oh God.
And so I think that, like, I'm just particularly, well, no, but I mean, like, the origins of Thanksgiving are, when you really think about it, like, it's so depressing, right? Like,
oh, no, I know. The reason it's still around is literally because capitalism and consumerism.
Yeah.
Otherwise, people would have been like, maybe we shouldn't do that a long time ago. Like,
and like, so I think that I'm just extra sensitive to that this week.
Mm-hmm.
In particular, where, you know, I'm trying to be more mindful and you know, really holding space for solutions and you know, had a talk with, like, the artistic director of the theater I'm working at, who's Indigenous, and we had, like, an Indigenous ceremony performed on opening night. To kind of welcome the show into the space, and you know, we start our show with a land acknowledgement every day, and you know, people have feelings about those, and I have my own feelings about them, but just trying to be mindful about that, particularly in a week like this. And reading this reveal on that week is just such a weird... The confluence of those events is so odd.
It is weird that it lined up the way that it did.
Yeah.
It's actually not Thanksgiving.
The colonialism reveal on the colonialism holiday. Okay, but Canadian Thanksgiving isn't rooted in the same thing that American Thanksgiving is.
I know. We want a holiday to have food as well.
Yeah. And so... Yeah, just the lineup of those things has been an odd week for me.
Yeah.
And yeah, so he meets a Shin Man. We cut over to Shallan for a second, and Vale is back. I don't know. Vale keeps, like, poking her head in to Shallan's head now, and, like, I really thought she was going to start to get better, but I don't think it is. Yeah. Worried about her. And so Spren flies by, and they're like, holy shit, that's a corrupted glory Spren. What is happening?
That's some fucked up shit.
Then we cut back into Kaladin. Kaladin, the Shin guy's like, you're here for your fortune, right? Huh?
He's like, no, but I'm gonna touch that.
No, actually,
thing
I want
anyway.
a boat.
Yeah. It's like, I wanna touch it.
But he just happens to be there while a high storm's passing overboard, and so he touches the orb. And instead of getting to find out what happens, we cut back to Shallan. And that Glory Spren lands on her arm and is like, hello, I am Sha'anat. Odium thinks you're alive, so be careful, girl. He's coming for you.
He didn't buy my ploy. Sorry about it. She's like, wait, I have questions. She's like, bye, goodbye.
Odium doesn't trust me, so I gotta be more careful, bitch. Goodbye.
Yeah, literally.
Wasn't it great to see me?
Yeah.
And then we cut back into Kaladin. Kaladin has a vision.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys know how I feel about prophecies. No, I'm kidding. This one's a pretty good one. Kaladin has a vision of Dalinar surrounded by 9 shadows. And Kaladin's like, yo, bitch, where you at? And then he sees where he's at, weirdly.
Pretty much, yeah.
He's in Thaylen.
He thinks that's what he thinks, yeah.
I mean, yeah, but we know that's where the Sanderlanche is going to happen. Yeah, the Forge Teller's like, oh, shit. You can Surge Bind. That's cool as fuck, brother. Does that mean Surge Binding's back? And he's like, I guess, man. I don't know.
Yeah. He's like, oh, fuck, that's gonna be rough, actually.
Yeah, and then we get the Adolin and Shallan show up. They bargain for canned food, and I remember in the reaction, I was like, they have cans.
Canning?
I didn't think that Roshar had canning.
Look, if Mistborn has cans, Roshar has cans. I don't know.
I don't think that's how it works.
That's...
I don't think the technology...
Hoyd went around to all the planets and dropped off the technology like fucking Santa Claus on Christmas, okay? Like, ho, 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 motherfuckers.
Roshar doesn't have cans.
Oh, so I guess it's just the Spren that have cans.
I feel like cans should have been a bigger deal then. If Roshar doesn't have cans, I feel like Shallan and Adolin should have been like,
wow!
What the fuck is this shit?
Yeah. That would have been very funny.
Shallan has cans. Well played, Lightbringer.
Not really. No, Yasna does. Shallan Shallan says
Yasna's
she's lacking
got
in
buckets,
that department.
you know what I mean?
Watermelons. God damn it. I actually feel like I could do a great Shallan cosplay. Although she's 6 foot. Never mind. I'll just get some 8 fucking shields. Like.
Yeah. And so, yeah, they get on a boat that's going to take them to Celebrant, which is the city that is in the place where the rift was, which I definitely thought was going to matter and definitely did not.
Don't worry about it.
Celebrant's cool, but they were like, oh my god, that's where, like, my mom died. And I was like, oh, some shit's going to go down there. And then it didn't, and I was like, oh, I guess, okay, cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, yeah, Kaladin draws for the first time, and he does a good enough job that they're like, yeah, that's definitely Thaylen. And so Azure is like, perpendicularity, let's go home. Chapter 98, Loopholes. Szeth, son Vallana, has to fight the other Skybreakers on, like, poles in the air.
Yeah.
They're basically just, like, beating each other with hacky sacks filled with paint.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like paintball, but less painful.
I don't know if it's less painful.
It's just like a hacky, like you know when you throw the sandbag into the bucket? Like, those don't actually, like, hurt.
I mean, paintballs don't really hurt.
Paintballs, I've heard they hurt like a bitch.
No. Not really.
I think you're lying.
No. They like sting a little bit.
Who has been paintballing? Those leave bruises.
They sting, but they don't really hurt. They're not that bad. If you get one in, like, the face up close, like, that would hurt, but...
Chat disagrees with you.
Blake's right. I guess it depends on where you get hit. If you get hit, like, in the chest, though, it's not that bad.
Ow!
Okay, I don't have tits, though. Like...
The fuck is wrong with you? Someone punched me in the boob.
The biggest bruises of your life came from paintball, but they're so small. I've had, like, little bruises from paintball, but I've never had, like, a big bruise.
This fucking guy. It's like, what do you mean I disassociate with my body?
You split a guy's lip? Why wasn't he wearing a mask? Guys, wear a mask when you paintball.
Well, yeah, that's his
You do not
fault.
want that shit in your mouth.
Yeah.
places with less muscles hurt more, but I've got so many muscles, Blake.
I have no muscles, so...
I've got so many muscles. Yeah!
Jesus Christ.
Anyway.
I feel like if I got hit, like, here, in this square, it wouldn't hurt as bad, and everywhere else would suck.
Yeah, so the Skybreakers are like, look, the person who has the least amount of color on them when this is over wins.
Yeah.
And so Zeth...
So Zeth goes and takes a bath.
Zeth beats the shit out of a bunch of people, and then they gang up on him, and he does finally lose when he runs out of Stormlight.
Yeah.
But he basically fights like 5-1 at some points in this.
Oh, they fucking gang up on him because they're like, wait, he's winning, get him.
But then he drops into the water at the end and is like, wait a second. Loopholes.
Wait a second. This
the
shit
Skybreakers,
doesn't stain.
The Skybreakers are not actually helpful for society because they are willing to take advantage of loopholes to succeed even when they fail. And so he goes and washes himself off.
Yeah.
And he comes out clean, and they're like, I mean, yeah, you figured out the loophole again, Zeth.
Yeah.
It's like you're the main character or something. And yeah, they're proud of him. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it seems. Here's the thing. Zeth's way of thinking is like a little bit strange because you would think that the Skybreakers would want someone who just follows the letter of the law and like don't ask questions.
No, but he does.
Zeth does at least ask questions, but then he still does whatever the fuck he's told.
Yeah, but he also appreciates explanations, which I can appreciate, right? Like he goes like, no, you explained that well, okay, I'm in. I don't agree with him. I would be like, it seems like we're not really doing much to benefit other people. We're just kind of making ourselves feel good about having power, but sure.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, it's time. I'm gonna say the third ideal, and then Nile shows up and is like,
cease.
Not yet. I have to tell you the truth of the universe.
Pretty
or
much.
Some shit.
We go to war, and he collects everybody, and they go fly away.
Yeah.
We're
We're about to find out what Nale says, but this is Oathbringer, where if a character is about to say something important, the chapter will end before the important thing is said. Every single fucking time. What does Yasna know? We still don't know. Remember when Yasna was like, I really need to reveal that to other people.
I think Yasna knows that the Rosharans weren't native. The Rosharans. That, I guess that's not correct. That humans were not native.
To Roshar.
Yeah.
Yeah, calling them Rosharans is
That's what I mean. I was like,
problematic.
Wait a second. That's...
Wow.
Well, I call myself Canadian because I was born here.
Wow.
Am I not a real Canadian?
Wow.
Where am I gonna go?
I guess that's all. I think
that's what it is. I think she knows.
I expected her to know something more related to the Spren and less related to that. But yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. No, because it seems very common knowledge on Roshar, or not Roshar, in the cognitive realm, because that one Spren fucking hints at it to Adolin, and Adolin does not pick up on it at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Chapter 99, Reachers. Great show on Amazon Prime, Reacher, starring Thad Castle from Blue Mountain State. If you don't watch
sponsored.
Your dad does. I promise your dad does. Eco is Captain Planet. He's a hero, bringing pollution down to zero. That's not the lyric.
I have no idea.
I can't remember what the lyric is.
Never watched it.
No, I just love that his name is Eco. I know it's not spelled ECO, but whatever. He is the captain of the boat that they're on.
Yeah.
And he is being real welcoming. And he shows up and he's like, hey, you guys need to drink and shit, right? And so he pulls out the soul
of ice.
Of
the glaciers up in Canada.
Yeah, he pulls out the ice
the polar
soul.
Ice caps.
And then they use condensation from the ice soul to get water. Of the things that happened in this book, this one broke my brain the most. Because I was like, does this imply that the heat that is acting upon the ice soul is being transferred to the Horneater Peaks, which would allow this thing to maintain its coldness? And then could you technically, like, if there was, and this is so random that this is where my brain went, I want to acknowledge that, but if you had a problem with global warming in Roshar, could you somehow solve it by trapping the heat and passing that through a, like, heat soul into Shadesmar and fix global warming with, I don't know. Because I'm assuming there's, like, a practical way that this is working, right? That the ice, the coldness. Okay, so the temperature is the movement of molecules, right? If that's how it works in their universe, and so if you were to take the slowdown of the movement of the molecules, that should speed up the ice, therefore warming it so that it begins to melt. If the energy of the movement of the molecules, that is the temperature locally in Shadesmar, is being passed through the soul of ice, and the movement of that is being sent into Roshar somehow, if you were to capture enough ice souls and pull them out of cold places in Shadesmar, would you eventually create a warming problem on the peaks of the Horneater Mountains, right? Like, could you create global warming by taking the soul of cold places on Roshar and taking them to warm places in Shadesmar, thus negating their ability for them to be cold on the other side? Anyway, it's not that important, but it does feel like anyone who tried to argue with me that the magic in this particular part of the Cosmere is science, I disagree. We are
condensation.
Fully in magic. Right, but the ice, no. The condensation totally makes sense. That is science. The soul of ice creating a never-ending cold is not science. Unless the transfer is happening where the movement of molecules is passing through the ice soul to...
No, they don't. So the things in the Shadesmar are not affected. They're, like, what happens in Shadesmar is they're not affected in the physical realm. That's why Shallan is able to take a thing and make a fucking door platform and move it around. It doesn't affect anything in the physical realm.
Right. So therefore, you have the ability to... But that's an unlimited form of ice, which shouldn't exist, right?
But it's not ice. It is a bead that represents cold.
Right, but where is the energy going? Because energy can't be created or destroyed; it can only be transferred.
What energy?
So when you cool something off, right?
Yeah.
The molecules in the air around the cold thing are slowing down.
Okay.
Because the speed at which those molecules are moving is what creates temperature, right?
Okay.
So when that bead of ice, so the energy of the molecules that come in contact with that cold thing that are slowing down, thus creating...
They need Stormlight to activate it.
Right, but where's the energy going?
It's the Stormlight. What do you mean going?
The energy has to be transferred into something, right? That's why ice melts. So therefore, in order for this thing to be cold forever, the energy that it is sapping away from the things nearby has to go somewhere. And so I'm saying that if you had enough of these from the Horneater Mountains and you took them somewhere else where it was warm, would it eventually make the Horneater Mountains warm?
No,
because the
energy nothing is affected on the other side.
Then where is the energy going?
Somewhere in Shadesmar. It doesn't affect the physical realm at all.
Oh, somewhere in Shadesmar.
It would have to be on this side because they don't affect one another. I don't know.
Interesting.
I don't know what you mean by energy. Like that part kind of loses me. Like, I don't know.
Well, heat is energy.
Yeah.
Right? So if you're making something cold, then the energy of that heat is going somewhere. And so if the bead doesn't...
It's going somewhere, or it just goes away?
It can't go away. That's
Why?
Physically impossible. Energy has to be transferred. So when you cool something off, the energy is being transferred into the cold thing, speeding up those molecules.
But
that's why they melt.
The device work better if it was warmer? So the energy just goes into powering the device to warm it to pull the condensation in?
No, the device has to be cold so that the metal contraption around it the condensation happens there.
Okay.
If the device is warmer, there's no condensation.
Okay. So the ice makes the metal cold, and you're saying that by making that by making it cold, there has to be energy that goes somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean that could go anywhere. That could be how Sprenner born.
Yeah. It's just interesting. I love the idea that like you could take so many souls of ice away from the Horneater peaks that you would eventually be transferring so much heat to. I know that that's not how it works, but it's just a fun idea. That like you would eventually make the Horneater peaks warm by moving all the souls of ice to warm places in Shadesmar.
Well, I feel like you could maybe make like the Horneater peaks equivalent in Shadesmar change.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like we want to create California artificially.
But up high.
Yeah.
We want to create California but with altitude.
California has mountains?
You know what? That's actually a really good point. There are mountains in California.
I think you mean like further away from like the equator, not like altitude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, James Ross. Maybe that's how they get their hot springs. That would actually be really interesting, right? If the hot springs and the Horneater peaks are heat being pulled out of Shadesmar.
That's hilarious.
Interesting. That's fun. Anyway, they very slowly get water, and we get to meet Syl with skin, with normal color skin.
Yeah, she had Shallan put a light weaving on her so that she looks like a person and not an honor spren. Because apparently honor spren are a big deal.
But Shallan,
totally nothing else.
Syl should have been more honest, and should have told her to like change her face. Syl really fucked up here.
Yeah.
And obviously it actually ends up saving them later, but
true. Johnny Goldman, thank you for that super chat. Nerdy is right. This is magic. Yes. Fundamental law of physics is that an AC has to dump more heat than it absorbs.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because it has to dump both the heat that it is absorbing and also the heat that the creation of the cold is.
We said this whole time it's magic. And
no,
people
but
were like,
people
it's
no, it's science. But you can temporarily learn languages by touching people. I refuse to call it science anymore.
I mean,
I won't even.
That might be possible if you were able to get a brain transplant and language existed in one single place in the brain.
There are two massive ifs.
Yeah.
There are 2
100%
massive ifs in that sentence.
100%. That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean.
No.
No, that is the fun part, Chloe, though. It is consistent enough that you can think of it in a scientific way and figure out what works and what...
though. If it was consistent, then Lift wouldn't exist. But between Lift and Dalinar being a very special boy...
No, Lift is the only one.
Okay, but Lift being the only one still means that Lift exists, violating the rules of it, and so therefore it no longer is...
But it is mostly consistent in the same way that fucking English...
Mostly consistent is not consistent.
English exists and breaks its own rules all the fucking time.
English isn't scientifically true.
It is because we decided it is.
No, that's not scientifically
Gravity's
true.
only called gravity because we decided it's called gravity.
Yes, but gravity works no matter what word you use to describe it.
You know what? I bet that there are things that we don't know why they happen or break rules and we don't know why. I bet that our science in this world that we live in, that there are inconsistencies. I'm just
there are
throwing
inconsistencies in our understanding of it, but not in the manner in which it functions.
No, I thought there were like science things that just fucking like kind of break the rules and we don't know why.
Yeah, but that's because we don't know why, not because they don't work.
But they break the rules. They're like, it should work this way, but it doesn't. How do planes work?
Lift.
Magic.
Lift.
Magic.
Lift. It's a measurable force.
No, we don't know why planes fly.
Yeah, we do. We understand how lift works. We can measure it like...
I thought we were like, this shouldn't really work the way that it does.
We are really fucking good at building planes.
Yeah, I know.
We are surprisingly good at building planes. We should not be as good at building planes as we are. We were flying.
You didn't understand lift.
I fucking hate you. I was like, oh my god, like planes must get really fucked up by luggage. Like what if people's luggage was just too heavy? And then I looked up that the average plane can carry like 500,000 pounds more than what we put in them. And I was like, oh, we're fine.
Oh.
Yeah, like, we're really, really, really good at building planes.
Except Boeing.
Well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not wrong.
All right, let's move on. This is getting dumb, and I'm not a scientist. I just play one on TV. And by TV, I mean YouTube.
People sometimes watch us on television. They've taken pictures of us and put it in the Discord.
Coz76 is right. We have planes that can carry planes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're thinking about Bumblebee flight. Oh. Right. They have Luxspren around them that negate their weight, and they're able to fly.
Luxspren?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be like...
No, that's what...
Windspren?
No, that's what Shallan says. She's like, the great shells should, like, not be able to, like, exist in their own weight. In the same way that bumblebees shouldn't be able to fly with their own weight. So the bumblebee have Luxspren.
But we do understand how bumblebees fly.
Well, now we do.
Yeah, we didn't in the 90s, but we were stupid in the 90s. We thought...
Yeah, we thought eating disorders were cool.
Yeah.
I was born in the 90s. I saw it.
All right. What are we doing? Oh, yeah. Scylla's like, go hit on Shallan. And so he's like, all right. So he's looking at the sketchbook and then finds like really poorly done sketches. And she's like, don't worry about that. I was experimenting. I was doing a new style.
Yeah.
And so basically the ship's being pulled by these things called Mandra. We didn't really talk about them, but they're basically just giant spren. And so they
just disappear every once in a while and have to be near human civilizations, otherwise they wither away and die.
Yeah, so the
Crazy.
boats are sort of limited in terms of their ability to go into deep water, or I guess no, it'd be the opposite. Yeah, because the deep water would be where there are cities. Yeah, I guess because of the way the world is inverted, I was thinking that, like, the further you get away from land in Shadesmar, the more difficult it would be for Mandra. But there might still be civilizations. Although, no, because human beings mostly live near water, so I guess it would still kind of be true.
Oh, yeah, because they need water to survive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They basically just are, like, headed towards Celebrant. This was one of those chapters where I was like, oh, the Shadesmar stuff could have been a little bit shorter.
Yeah.
Chapter 100, An Old Friend. In Vidiner, Dalinar is just looking around. It's really bad. And he's trying to help out. He's starting to hear Evie's dying screams again, so...
Yeah.
Kim Kralberg says the Skybreakers are lawful stupid, and that is very funny.
That checks out, yeah.
Dalinar is trying to figure out how he's going to help these fucking people, how they're going to win the fight here. Everything's so fucked up that he's really, like, disturbed at what's going on. Taravangian shows him a half plate. It's the first, or half shard, which is the first time we see one.
Oh, the shields. Yeah, yeah.
Do
you know how we make these? We enslave Spren. And Dalinar's like, you can't enslave Spren, you goofus. And he's like, are you sure about that?
Yeah, let's get into that for a second. Does Dalinar not know how Fabrials work?
Probably not. He didn't know that there were women Parshendi.
He is married to the woman. He's married to the Fabrial lady.
And he reads her shit and is like, yeah, sure. He's like, he doesn't understand how anything... They're on his battlefield. Navani brings her experiments to his fucking battlefield, and he's like, yeah, that is supposed to work. I trust you.
Yeah. I'm concerned about Dalinar, honestly.
Yeah.
You know, like, how do you not know just the basics of this? It's so important to the fight that you're in the middle of. Like, it's so deep. Like, it's literally how the Parshendi work, and there's so many elements of it. And I just am so deeply concerned that Dalinar is the guy that's leading this fucking war effort. He's so bad at it. He lies.
He knows the right things.
He doesn't, though. We'll get to it at the end. He fucks everything up.
Ambos is right. We have already established that Dalinar is a himbo.
Yeah.
100%. He fucking cut his steak with a knife after killing a man with it.
Yeah, but I do that. You know what I mean? Like, a little bit of wine, antiseptic,
that's true.
that
Our
shit.
politicians don't understand TikTok, and they're trying to ban it.
Oh my god, that's so true.
That is...
The hearing where the politicians were trying to get Mark Zuckerberg to explain the internet to them.
Oh my god.
Is one of the most painful experiences of my life.
Painful. I don't wish that on anyone. Johnny Coleman, thank you for that super chat. I love the inverse. People think about rivers and oceans as being solid, unchanging things, so they should be solid in the cognitive realm. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they change so slowly. I do wonder what happens in the cognitive realm when, like, humans build a dam.
Oh.
You know, when we create a lake.
Interesting. I don't know if there are any dams in Roshar. I haven't seen any.
I mean, there's gotta be. We've been building dams for forever.
Maybe. Would a dam be able to withstand a high storm? Or is it just kind of pointless?
Why would a dam not be able to withstand a high storm?
Well, because you have the pressure of the water and then the added winds and debris and shit flying around. Like, I think you'd have to put in so much extra work to protect it.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, so Dalinar literally, I'm not gonna say that. That's mean.
Wow. Nerdy showing restraint? That never happens.
Would be mad if I said what I was thinking out loud.
Oh, like you ever try and placate chat. You're not trying to make them mad.
I was just, I was gonna, yeah, fuck it, I'll say it, but please don't be mad at me. I was gonna say that much like people who read these fantasy books, when the concept of slavery and the morality behind it come up, Dalinar is like, I don't want to think about that, let's move on. And I feel like some people will feel triggered by me saying that. Yeah. Tervej is like, yeah, we enslaved the Spren. And he's like, I honestly don't have the mental energy to consider the implications of that, so we're going to move on.
Literally, he's like, I don't have time for this right now.
And I do feel like that's how some people read and experience media.
Sure. Yeah.
And probably not people in our chat. I probably should... By this point, if that would offend you, you probably aren't still watching the show.
They left in the Wheel of Time.
Which is why the show has stayed consistent size-wise for the last 2 years, after losing people consistently over the first year.
We found all the good ones. Y'all are the real ones.
Sometimes I'm like, God, like, I wish that, like, 100,000 people watch the Nerdy Wordy Book Club. And I'm like, there's no way 100,000 people would.
There's no way that many people would agree with us.
It's a 4-hour show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a good person.
Because you don't like slavery?
No, just because I'm, like, annoying to people.
Good and annoying are not even on the same playing field.
I guess I'm not a good content creator. I could be way better at this if I just lied to the audience about my feelings.
Okay, but then you would not be a good person.
Yeah, I have it all back to... but I want more money.
All right.
Let's start lying. Guys,
go start making clickbaity, rage-baity,
so
right-wing videos. See how well that does for you.
Make it to 8 hours and they'll flock to the stream. I doubt that.
People are odd like that, actually. If they're like, wow, this thing is crazy long. I need to experience it.
If it's not weekly, though.
Yeah.
Like, Jenny Nicholson's Star Wars video worked. Her hotel video worked because not all of her videos are 5-hour documentaries.
Yeah. 100%.
If you wanted money, you wouldn't run a charity. Look, I'm trying to do the best for the world, y'all. I can't make it all about me all the time. I do for 11 months of the year, and then for 1 month around Christmas, it's about others. So Dalinar, I love... Z Tom says, dude, I'm already working on us enslaving the Parshendi. Give me a break.
Yeah. Pretty much.
It's so true.
Tervanjin, you're going to need to get all the way off my back right now. Because, like...
Yeah. So Dalinar walks away, ends up with his wife, finds out that he's getting, he feels the thrill. He's like, oh shit, the fucking, Mogadishu's here. Or whatever the fucking... Mogadishu?
Mogadishu is here.
No,
actually, yeah.
what's Mogadishu? That's something.
I have no idea what that is.
Guys, what's Mogadishu from?
No clue.
Somebody's got to know. Crazy blue marbled listeners destroyed in the marketplace of ideas with surges and spren. Yeah.
That's the video title.
Oh, right. No, I skipped over it. Fuck, no. He talks to some soldiers first. And they're like, yeah. Right. Wait, Mogadishu's a city in Somalia? That makes sense.
All right, well, there you go.
It's from Zoolander. That's why I know it. It's a city in Somalia, but I know it from Zoolander.
Yeah, so Dalinar is talking to people who survived the Civil War. And they talk about how fucking horrific their experience was, and they literally couldn't stop fighting. And the Thrill is like, knock, knock, bitch, I'm back! And Dalinar's like, no, I need to get away. And so he starts running around the city. I actually re-listened to this chapter because I was like, where the fuck, what is what? Dalinar runs around a little bit, goes places he's not, like, supposed to be. He, like, goes up to the city wall, and they're like, you can't be here. And he's like, I need to get away. And so he tries to leave through, like, the Oath Gate, but then the Ardents are there, and they're like, the church condemns you. And so he tries to leave, and he's like, I'm about to kill this man if I don't get the fuck out of here right now. So he tries to go through the Oath Gate. And the Stormfather is like, I said I wouldn't be a sword. And Dalinar is like, fuck you, bitch. I'm God now. And makes him into a sword anyways.
No, not a sword.
No?
Specifically not a sword, right? He turns him into, like, a bundle of energy that he just forces into the Oathgate, which makes it work. But it's, like, not... It doesn't take sword form.
Oh.
It's just... Dalinar manages to, like, bundle the Stormfather into, like, a...
It's got the vibes of a sword.
Into, like, a thing.
How dare you, Michael Kioski.
No, but it doesn't... And here's the thing. The Oathgate doesn't need a sword to activate.
Just needs friend soul.
Yeah. And so Dalinar... It makes him... Yeah, and I agree with Umang. I feel bad for the Stormfather here, because it's like he gets forced into a shape, and he doesn't want to have shape. He wants to be shapeless, and he wants to be the storm.
Yeah. But also there was clearly something else at play. Like, the Stormfather's like, what's going on? Something is wrong, and I can't sense it. And so he's just trying to get the fuck away. He gets back. He still hears Evie's voice, and he goes, first of all, gets a Way of Kings, and is like, this is useless. I can't even fucking read it. And then he goes and finds some wine and drinks.
Yeah. The getting cut from the church is interesting. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they're in very ornate clothes. I have a feeling that the church is also going to be a bad guy.
No, I don't think it's that. Yeah. He goes to Adolin's room. Yeah, Chloe. He gets the wine in Adolin's room, which is sad because he's like missing his son, who he thinks is probably dead, but he's trying to ignore that. And
yeah,
the book doesn't even acknowledge that. But like, it's been what, 2 weeks at this point.
At this point, here's the thing. I know when we get to the end of this section, it's been 4 weeks, but at this point, I can't remember. It's probably been 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah.
So Adolin is. Adolin is sewing?
No, he doesn't actually sew.
Yeah, he does. He stitches, like, the fucking vest together. Adolin takes some clothes.
Much sewing.
He says it isn't much sewing. There's a gulf between no sewing and not much sewing, and that gulf is some sewing.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. This made me kind of cackle. Because up until this point, I understood that Adolin liked clothes.
Yeah.
And that he liked to read. I was not under the impression, until this chapter, that Adolin secretly, because it had to have been secretly.
Why? His dad's a drunk.
Learned how to do this.
He could have done whatever he wanted. He's got all the money in the world.
Nah, Vorin Society feels like, the high princess shouldn't be doing shit kind of thing. You know what I mean? You got people doing shit for you.
Maybe he hired someone who was like, my calling is actually fashion. And they're like, okay, yeah, I'll teach you.
Oh, like an ardent?
Yeah, maybe. I don't fucking know.
I love, that Adolin is so fashion forward and spends the time to spends the time to alter clothes that he's going to be wearing for a few days.
Yeah.
But then also, like, Adolin, despite generally being very charismatic, isn't necessarily the kindest to Shallan about her outfit, despite the fact that they're engaged. And I feel like he could have done a better job making her feel good about what she was wearing.
He is honest about it, you know? He's not gonna fucking dance around it. It's gonna be straightforward.
Yeah. So he comes out, everyone's deeply impressed with the work that he's done. And he's like, well, if you could see, the jacket hides the stitching in the back of the waistcoat. So if you could see that, you wouldn't be impressed. I'm deeply upset about it.
Toss, toss.
Toss, toss.
Adolin is Glinda.
In this book especially.
I love it, honestly. I love that, like, we got off the perpetual cycle of the battlefield of the Shattered Plains where they just do the same fucking things over and over again. And that Adolin is like, I'm actually free to follow my true calling. Because here's the thing, would Adolin have been a duelist if it wasn't, like, the most respected thing he could have chosen?
Yeah, he saw a sword one time when he was a kid and he was like, that's my fucking shit.
Ah, no, that's fair. I just mean, like, he clearly has other interests, and I love that. I love that about him. That's why he painted his plate blue? Wait, why? I don't know what that is. He clearly had a close relationship with his personal tailor. Maybe he learned from them. Yeah. And I think some people up above did say that, like, you know, in the army, you have to take care of your own stuff. So learning to stitch something together crudely is absolutely within reason, right? He says he hid the kind of botched job, right? Blue Steel from Zoolander. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no. I think I saw parts of that movie one time. Pretty sure. But yeah, I honestly love that, like, we've taken Adolin out of the, like, cycle of the Shattered Plains, and that we get to see this side of him. It brings me joy, honestly. You want to be a duelist, you have to shred blade to impress his father. Yeah. But when you're, like, little, he was, like, 6 or something, right? When he was like, yeah, I want to, you know, do sword stuff. I feel like 6-year-olds are brutally honest in a way that he has to have had some kind of affinity to wanting to be a duelist and you know, do sword shit. But I do think that part of it is wanting to impress his dad. Like, I think that both things are can be true. Yeah. And the Eco is like, you were a prince. You were probably a king, right? And he's like, oh shit, I am third in line for the throne.
He's first in line for the throne.
Well, no, Elhokar is gone, and so Elhokar's son would be the first, and then Dalinar's the second, and then he's the third in line for the throne. Right.
I keep forgetting about fucking Gavinor.
Yeah, so Dalinar is like, he's like, surely Dalinar won't abdicate now that Elhokar is dead and all that stuff, but honestly, who knows?
But he's the High King.
Yeah.
I still can't believe they didn't fucking tell anybody about that.
Oh, God, I can. Elhokar's not there to say anything about it. It feels like a weird, like... It would feel like a weird underhanded play to bring that up while Elhokar isn't even present to announce it himself.
Yeah, but the doing of it was so stupid. Like, Elhokar fucked
is a dumb
the Alethi Society one last time before he died.
Truly. He should have gone to his mom and been like, this is what I want to happen. But Elhokar is very not good at thinking things through.
Yeah. Elhokar fucked everything up one last time.
It's fine, he's dead. He can't do it anymore.
I wanted more of a redemption for him. Me
too. That's why it's so tragic.
That in death, he really fucked them over.
No, I think it's, like, actually so fucking tragic.
Yeah.
Especially because we got to see the potential that was almost there.
Yeah, he's a character that, like, was on his way to becoming better, and instead will be remembered as just kind of the worst. Like, Elhokar just kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Anyways, did we find out that the dead Spren, they call them dead eyes?
Yeah.
Like Adolin's dead sword Spren.
And Eco's dad is one, just chilling down there.
Yeah.
Adolin's sword has been locked up because they just kind of walk around.
Yeah.
And you can't just have them. It's fishing them. He's like, I don't want to try to spend. I can't remember exactly what the line is, but he's like, I don't want to spend hours trying to fish a dead eye out of the beads.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, at least in water, you would be able to see them and like go swim after them. But like, up until a certain depth. But like in the beads, they're fucking gone. And they're not going to die, right? They're just spread. So if they do fall overboard, they're just sinking forever until they hit the bottom. And then no one's going to go all the way down there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless maybe like Spren can eat Spren, but...
Eat Spren?
Yeah.
Well, we know anger Spren attack other Spren.
I'm assuming some Spren eat Spren. But that might be a bad assumption. I know most Spren feed mostly on emotions, but I'm assuming there are some predators. Well, no, they feed on like emotions. Human emotions is what feeds a lot of the Spren. But I'm assuming there's some predators in Shadesmar, but that might be wrong. Other than obviously Void Spren.
I wonder if they have a food chain, because they don't have really an actual like ecosystem.
And so they land. Well, and that's why Shadesmar gets really weird to me. Is like, why do you have cities? Like, what is the purpose of a city in Shadesmar?
So that the Spren can all get together.
To do what? Like
to buy clothes and dress up.
It's the thing that it's the thing that the book didn't get into in Shadesmar, which I would have liked more than what we did get. Which is like,
left yet.
What is life for Spren?
It is existing in the same state unless you are bonded to a person, because only then are you capable of growth. Shadesmar is the like epitome of just existing. Yeah,
but they don't eat. They don't fuck. They don't seem to have anything like...
They do go off and like birth Spren. I don't know how.
Yeah. But like going around when they're in Celebrant, it's not like there's like theater or things to do, and it's because our characters only do practical things. But since we were gonna be here anyway,
they don't go to a theater show.
I didn't need them to go to one, but like show me what, because they don't have jobs.
That's not true. There is that person working at the docks that points them to the ships.
Yeah, I guess that's
the
their
ships
job.
sail. It's got to be their job. They got to earn Stormlight somehow.
But like, what is the purpose of that?
To get Stormlight.
To do what with it?
To have a nice life.
But what is a nice life?
Well, existing in a more comfortable state than a less comfortable state.
Yeah. Yeah.
It kind of is, in a weird way, like, it kind of, like, shines a light on, like, our own fucking society. It's like, why have we decided these things? Why do we do things the way that we do them? And Spren are literally direct reflections. They were created by, like, humanity being here, right?
But we have needs. And so, like, the human cycle is...
mimic ours, whether or not they actually need them or not. But they're, like, a reflection of humanity, right?
But they don't eat or, like...
Yeah. But it's about their emotional state, not their physical. The Spren don't mimic the, like, physical state of people, I don't believe. I think it's, like, truly, like, their emotional lives.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying that I wanted since we were in Celebrant, I wanted to, like, get a vibe.
Sure.
And I don't think I did.
And then we got the fuck out of there because the Void Spren showed up.
I think that's what I'm saying. I understand the concept of there being these massive cities as an idea that I'm like, oh, okay, what are we doing with that? Mm-hmm. And it was just, I think that what I'm trying to get at is, rather than Celebrant feeling like a city where we were learning about Shadesmar and why it is important for the Void Spren to be holding it, and like why our heroes might want to hold Shadesmar, instead what I got was, it was a practical place to get from one boat to a different boat and to learn things about Syl. And I left Celebrant being like, why would Odium want to be in charge here?
I thought that it was kind of clear that, like, the Void Spren are deliberately holding the perpendicularity, right?
That's not Celebrant, though.
No, but they're deliberately holding that. So the reason that the good guys want to hold Shadesmar and you don't want the bad guys holding Shadesmar is so that you can move troops around with and not know where you're going to strike next, like not know where things are going to come up, not knowing who is where and how many people and
right. But moving through Shadesmar feels like a deeply unhelpful way to move troops. It's so hard to get around.
Here's the thing: if you were able to take an army, throw it into Shadesmar, and the enemy doesn't know where they're going to pop out or how many people are going to be there, like it's kind of like the way gates in Wheel of Time where you can bop them around wherever you need them, and it's scary because you can't predict it.
It's sort of, but you can only go in and out like at the top of a mountain.
But do you come out at the same place?
Yeah, the perpendicularity is where you go in and out of, at the top of the...
I thought the perpendicularity specifically bopped you out wherever, and it was very, like, unpredictable.
No, it's the Horneater Mountains.
I thought it was unpredictable.
No, it's the same, it's the hole from fucking, Elantris.
The hole. Yeah,
that Hoyd goes into at the end of Elantris.
So they can, if that's the perpendicularity, then yeah, they can pop in and out anywhere.
No, but okay, so Cultivation's perpendicularity
is on
the Horneater Peaks.
Wait, no, I thought Cultivations you just said was on Elantris.
No. The Elantris, the Aeon I'm assuming it's going to be the Aeon perpendicularity is on Elantris, right? And the perpendicularity, the Cultivation perpendicularity is in the Horneater Peaks. And so the perpendicularity must be where the shard connects to the cognitive realm.
Who knows?
Because when they call it Cultivation's perpendicularity in the book, that implies that each shard has their own perpendicularity, right? And that is the, like, meeting point.
I just thought it was where she lived. Not that it was hers.
No. She doesn't live there. She lives in the west. Right?
No idea.
Or I guess she doesn't live the night, because we did find out that the Night Watcher isn't Cultivation.
Yeah.
So the perpendicularity is just in the Horneater Peaks. But like in terms of moving people around Shadesmar, it doesn't, because of how hard it is to get around Shadesmar. It seems like it just... I felt like I felt like we went here so that we could learn what the purpose of the battle in Shadesmar was going to be in future books. And I didn't get that purpose out of it. So I just didn't really know what we got out of it. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Z-Tom says, would that mean Honor's perpendicularity is no more? Oh, because he's dead.
But
that's
Odium doesn't have a perpendicularity.
Why? We don't know that he doesn't. We just don't know where it is.
The Spren would know about it. The Spren would have been able to be like, there's actually 3 ways.
But no. But they're saying Cultivation's perpendicularity because it's the closest one, not because it's the only way back. It's just the closest one to where they are right now. I thought Azure was
like, there's only 2. But that doesn't explain actually how she got in there.
She would have come from the I'm so dyslexic. I keep wanting to say perpendicularity in Warbreaker world.
But we don't know that exists, because the only 2 that we know about, that we've been told about, are the ones that you said were on, like, in the Elantris, and then the ones in the Horneater Peaks.
Right, but I'm assuming that every shard has a perpendicularity. So if there's one on Atlantis, there's got to be at least 2 in Elantris. There's going to be the one for the Aeon powers, and then there's going to be the one for the powers for Emperor's Soul. Actually, there's probably 3, right? Because there's probably 3 shards in Elantris, because there's the magic of the bone grafty magic that the bad guys in Elantris use. There's the Emperor's Soul magic, and then there's the Aeon magic, right? There's going to be 2 on... that's Planet Cell, right? And then Scadrial is Mistborn, so there's going to be Ruin and Preservation's perpendicularities. And then... I wonder if planets are closer together in Shadesmar. Like, space doesn't exist, and that's... You can, like, boop from planet to planet easier in Shadesmar because of the perpendicularity somehow bringing them closer together. The Well of Ascension. The Well of Ascension wasn't a perpendicularity, though. That was just a puddle of
magic.
Built-up preservation. But it wasn't, like, a perpendicularity in the way that the Elantris one was. Because it went away when it was used, right?
Okay. Yeah. Fuck. I don't know.
Yeah. Because I don't think the perpendicularities can be, like, used up, right? They have to be, like, oh, wait, no. Because preservation was dead. So the Well of Ascension might have been the last of a perpendicularity that is now gone.
The last of? What do you mean?
Like when the Well of Ascension was used up, it was a perpendicularity that became no longer a perpendicularity because preservation's death. And so, like, maybe a new one springs up when Sazed becomes the dual god.
Judah, thank you for the super chat. That is a spoiler.
No, it's not. Haven't we been told that?
We know he's bound. Didn't know it was on a different planet. Is this like Mormon shit where all the gods have their own planet?
But he's not bound on a planet. He's bound in another. It's not a spoiler. No, we know he's bound like in a. No, that was told to us. He's bound in another like dimension. Since when? Since when
do we know that there are other dimensions?
What do you mean? We're in one right now!
There's the three. There's the spiritual realm, the cognitive realm, and the physical realm. Those are not dimensions.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, sure. Then he's either in the spiritual, the physical, or the
he's in damnation.
Realm.
We know that. No, we know that. We're aware that Odium's is stuck in damnation.
So I'm sorry. Damnation is a place that actually exists?
Yeah, the heralds lock the Spren there and they torture. Yeah,
I just assumed it was a bad place in the spiritual realm.
Maybe, but we know that Odium is bound there. He wants to be unbound. That's like the plot of these books.
How is that not Roshar?
Because
the spiritual realm on Roshar should be the same as the physical realm.
No.
Why?
I don't believe that.
Why?
Because they're different dimensions.
Okay, but
the oath. Yeah. That's not a spoiler, Judah. No, I know.
In Shadesmar is like they're parallel to the physical
kind of, but
realm.
Not really.
No, they are.
But like
they're the exact opposite.
We just spent forever talking about how the ice doesn't transfer the things to the physical realm because they're not quite the same.
It doesn't affect it, but it's still in the same place.
But the cognitive realm and the spiritual realm aren't the same thing.
Yeah, so why would I think
damnation
that
would be
hell
in
is
the
its
spiritual
own
realm? It's not in its own realm, but it's in the spiritual realm.
Yeah, which is still on Roshar.
No, it's not on Roshar.
It's just like another layer of Roshar. You've got the physical realm layer, you've got the cognitive realm layer, and then you've got the spiritual realm layer, but they're all in the same place.
Sure, but then I would argue that the physical realm is on the spiritual realm, not the other way around.
Okay, sure, that's fine.
So
that's
damnation...
still Roshar.
Yes, but also no.
That would, to me, it seems like you're like saying that Odium is bound on fucking Mistborn planet. Like, that's what it sounds like you're saying. But if he's in the physical, if he's just bound in a different realm, but still Roshar, then it's still Roshar.
But is Shadesmar Roshar, right?
Yes.
It's kind of not.
Yes,
like,
it is.
Roshar and Shadesmar are separate experiences of a similar map. But that are not...
But Roshar is a map.
Sure.
That's
so
what
then,
it is.
So then Odium is bound on spiritual Roshar, but not physical Roshar.
Okay, that makes way more sense.
Right, but that doesn't make what you just said a spoiler. It just is your interpretation of it.
Sure, I was not under the assumption that like damnation was like a place.
That's insane to me. How could it not be a place? But it's
Roshar. We're saying that it's
not
Roshar, just a different version of Roshar.
That's like saying that Avernus is the Sword Coast, but it isn't.
But no, they're different places. They're not layered. Avernus isn't a reflection of the Sword Coast.
I think that you're getting too hung up on the layering idea. They're separate, but connected. In the same way that Shadesmar is separate, but connected. Otherwise, everyone on Roshar would...
reflections of one another.
Kind of, but they're not at the same time. They're not direct reflections.
They're the exact opposite.
But they're not, right? Like, the beads... Like, a chair doesn't exist in both places. If you go to Shadesmar...
It does. One is a bead and one is a chair.
The idea of the chair is present, but the idea of the chair can go anywhere on Shadesmar and still be connected to where it is in the physical realm, because Shadesmar is connected to Roshar, but it isn't like... It isn't Roshar. Do you know what I mean?
No. I really don't. Like, it's like saying the multiverse exists, right? It's still Earth, it's just different versions of...
I'm sorry your spoiler got deleted, but thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it.
Thank you for the super chat.
Right? Like, so the concept of, like, Roshar is the physical realm of Roshar.
Yeah, I appreciate you trying to clarify, but yeah, if we don't know and we don't have confirmation, then, like, that's on us.
And practically Harness, right? Celebrant doesn't exist in the physical realm. It only exists in Shadesmar.
Yeah, because it's just made up of a bunch of Spren.
But then you're saying that, like, Spren don't exist then.
Well, not
really. In a weird roundabout way. Like, they're not the same thing. And saying that they're the same thing doesn't make them the same thing. You're not right here.
Spren are just manifestations of, like, people's emotions and stuff.
Yes, but they do exist. And so Shadesmar is a separate thing from Roshar, even though it is tied to it.
Anger exists.
No, not in our world. My anger doesn't have a manifestation that can talk. Right?
It's just personified.
I feel like you are gonna get way too hung up on this if you stick with the way that you're thinking. I think you need to let go of the way you're thinking about this and see it as separate places.
You're telling me...
Because damnation...
Okay, wait. You're telling me that the spiritual realm doesn't actually have anything to do with Roshar.
That is not what I
like
said
its own thing.
At all.
I'm confused.
Damnation has to exist because we have learned so much about it.
Yeah, I know.
It is a place. It just is a place. And the fact that you're like, I didn't think it was a place. I don't know how you could possibly be reading these books.
Same way of like, we people in our world think that hell exists.
Except that we know that hell exists because the Fused go there for the Oath Pact. What do you mean, how?
I thought they went to the spiritual realm.
That's where damnation is.
I didn't know there were like different fucking like planets in damnation.
It's okay. But like. What did you think happened when the Oath Pact was made? Where did you think the heralds went?
To the spiritual realm.
Right.
Yeah.
But you just said you didn't think that was a place.
No, I didn't realize that, like, hell was like a planet in the spiritual realm.
It's not a planet. It's just a... I think that... I don't think that the spiritual realm has a physical manifestation in the way the cognitive realm does. Right? Like I think that you're thinking that there's another Shadesmar, but I don't think there is.
Yeah.
I think there's like just souls.
Just like floating around nothing? Like...
I don't know, man. We haven't been there yet. Johnny Coleman, thank you for that super chat. Spoiler alert, Nerdy and Clarus are hot. One of us is.
Very sexy.
I'll let you figure out which one. It's my wife.
You're the one who was naked on TV.
I know. I regret it every day. I don't regret it at all.
No, you don't.
I did get a really weird YouTube comment, but...
Oh.
Or no, someone messaged me on Instagram.
They, like, DM'd you?
Yeah. I didn't respond.
Oh, no.
Someone messaged me... Oh, fuck, I don't know if I still have it. But they were like, what if I liked seeing your cock on TV? And I was like...
You're like, damn.
It was the first thing they'd ever written me to. I was like, that's such an insane opening line.
I mean, coming on strong. For some people it works. It's like the naked man tactic, you know? Wild. Okay. I don't understand the spiritual realm or the fucking... Or Shadesmar, apparently. But maybe one day I will. I do love that for me. I literally, I was like, the Tranquiline Halls don't exist. I was like, there's no way that that's actually, like, real. It's just some shit that they made up to make themselves feel better. What?
Yeah. So, sorry, just got some news.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry, my show isn't extending.
No.
So we close December 30th.
Okay.
Yeah.
That means we have all
Let's
January.
move on. Let's move on.
Okay.
Let's please, for the love of God,
Yeah,
let's move
clearly
on.
I am not understanding. I don't have the information necessary.
Yeah.
We were talking about Adolin's swords. They call them Deadeyes. They get to Celebrant.
We're in Celebrant.
They
Chapter 1 or
split
2.
up.
Celebrant.
Yep.
We start with Kaladin. One jump ahead of the bread line. They are walking around Celebrant. They go to the market. And Kaladin's like, God, there's no kids here. And Sil's like, oh, no, there are. They're just born full-size.
Small.
Which is a nightmare.
I really hope Spren don't come out of anybody.
I mean...
I'm just saying, that seems like a nightmare.
Yeah. Yeah. We find out that, like, Spren don't age. And they also, like, can live for forever.
Well,
so I just, like, I don't really, like...
age, but they can't, like, develop without a bond.
Yeah.
Kind of.
But that is it. No, they don't age.
What do you mean?
They just don't physically... They are just...
Sorry, they exist for indiscriminate amounts of time.
Yeah, but they don't change.
They just exist.
Like, they just kind of maintain. Honestly, Preservation would fucking love Shadesmar. This would have been Preservation's fucking jam. You know what I mean? He should have, He
was just born on the wrong planet, Born in the wrong era.
Sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
Kaladin sees a painting and he's like, hey, that's Dalinar with the 9 shadows. That's great. I just had that vision.
Oh.
That's wild.
Oh, you thought it was Dalinar.
It's the vision that he had in the 2 chapters earlier.
Nope. He's like, oh, that's a cool painting. There's just a guy kneeling around with 9 shadows. It's very evocative for him.
Yeah, because he just had a vision of Dalinar in the exact same position 2 chapters earlier. He sees a painting of the vision he just had.
Oh, I thought it was, like, different. Because it's a painting that's, like, millennia old.
Yeah, but it's a painting of the vision he just had.
But then it can't be Dalinar, because Dalinar didn't exist to be painted.
Yeah, because the guy who it's the paintings of the guy who could see the future.
Then why wasn't Kaladin like, wow, that's the vision I just had? Kaladin's like, that's an interesting painting.
Isn't that what happened?
I listened to this part again this morning while I was at the gym.
Because Kaladin sees it as like, I gotta get to Dalinar as fast as possible.
This moment? No.
In this chapter.
No, he just has the vision that he's hung up on.
Yeah, of Dalinar in the same position as the painting. I feel insane now. I'm losing, like, chat says I'm right. Okay, so I'm not losing my mind.
Wait, no, does Kaladin make that connection in this chapter?
Yeah. Yeah, he does.
Alright, well.
Yeah. Shallan is with the dock registrar, and we find out that no one is headed towards the perpendicularity because I think Clara's had the thrill. She blanked out.
Yeah, the gym, man. No, that's not even the first time I read this. This is actually, I've read this part technically 3 times.
Shallan finds out that no one's headed towards the... Are you okay?
Yeah.
No one's headed towards the perpendicularity because the Void Spren are currently holding it. And the Fused are here. And they have warships somehow that they're patrolling with. And Azure peeks her head out of the registrar's office and is like, Shallan, speaking of the Fused. Then we cut back to Kaladin, who is looking at the painting and finds out that the painting is from the Court of the Gods.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know. I don't know what that means.
It's the painting from Warbreaker.
Oh, which one? They all painted all the time.
No, remember there was like no, it's the painting that it's the red and black painting from Warbreaker. That was like a big deal because fucking
because they thought it was...
Lightweaver was like, what the fuck? It's that painting. That painting is the painting of Dalinar with the 9 shadows.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Right? From the same painter. Yeah.
I was like, they were not described the same way in my brain, but yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Because I thought that painting specifically, there was a bunch of people on the battlefield. Like, Lightweaver was like, I painted, like, the fucking downfall of man, where it's, like, a bunch of, like, faceless people who are dying. I don't remember, like, 9 Shadows from Warbreaker.
It might not be the same painting, but it's the same style. And then, but from the Court of Gods, so it's got to be the same painter, right?
I guess, yeah, Court of Gods would make sense that it would be Warbreaker, yeah.
Which means that Roshar and Warbreaker planet must be, like, closer in the Cosmere than other planets. Because it seems like there's too many connections between that story and this one.
Yeah, it must be easier to... I say easy, like, obviously in context it's probably difficult, but easier than other places.
Mm-hmm. And so... If we hadn't read Warbreaker first, this chapter would have been really fucked for me. I've been like, what do you mean the Court of the Gods? We're just gonna brush past that and not...
I think I would have assumed maybe that they meant the Tranquiline Halls at that point.
Oh, interesting.
But,
yeah.
But I also, like I said, I feel like the Tranquiline Halls isn't actually a real place.
I'm just so... Right now, I'm so... Like, because Vivenna's here, my brain is like... What does Warbreaker have to do with this? You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, we cut, apparently, these paintings are getting burned at the court, and so it's rare for one to escape outside of there.
That's why I feel like things must really fucking changed in Warbreaker.
And so then Adolin comes in and is like, Kaladin, we gotta fucking go. But instead of getting to that, we cut to Shallan. And Shallan is like, why the fuck? Bitch, why did you not tell me the Voidspren were here? And he's like, I don't know, they've been running this shit for months. What did you want?
Didn't seem that important.
I don't just, like, tell everybody who shows up that the Voidspren run the city. That's a insane thing to just, like, start conversations with. Woman I've never met before who I assumed knew some shit.
Yeah.
This gets into... a question that, chat, I actually want you to spoil for me. Carefully. Okay?
Oh.
How much time has passed in this book so far?
In the whole book?
Since the Everstorm, how much time has passed? Because I'm a little bit hung up on it, and it's affecting my ability to enjoy the book just a tiny bit momentarily here. Because apparently the Voidspren have been running 10 weeks or so. Okay, so the Voidspren have been running Celebrant since before the Everstorm then.
Yeah, I think they were kind of like prepping to come back.
It just, I'm so confused why Jasnah is not more aware of the situation here. If she spent months in Shadesmar.
We didn't see Jasnah reveal any of the information that she had.
Right, but if she knew that the Voidspren were taking over Shadesmar and didn't tell anyone, why?
The information that Jasnah feels the need to share is always a mystery.
Yeah, it just seems like part of the war effort.
Because Jasnah had to get back through one of the perpendicularities, right?
Yeah, Chloe, I understand that Jasnah might not have been in the same places, but Jasnah is a character who gathers information. And the Voidspren...
But no, here's the thing. The you can get through 2 perpendicularities, right? Both are held by the Voidspren. Unless Jasnah actually came back through an Oathgate. Never mind.
No, Jasnah said she had to find a place to come back through, which took her months.
Probably an Oathgate, yeah.
Right? So she spent months in this place and at no point found out... Yeah. It just seems... It seems like the way in which... Just a little bit to me, the way in which our characters are out of the loop is... In order for the bad guys to be so far ahead of them in terms of this fight is a little convenient, because Yasna was sent to a place where the bad guys were doing things on a massive scale and never found out about it.
Well, maybe there's not a lot of communication between cities in the cognitive realm, because we know that some cities are just held by certain kinds of spren. Like, there's like a city that's like mostly honor spren, because the honor spren all kind of get along, and stuff like that. Like certain kinds of spren kind of like stay with one another, and so I think maybe Yasna.
But there is a large amount of trade. There's enough trade that there's docks and
a handful of boats.
But like these characters who are not trying to who are like not actively trying to figure shit out, have heard from like 7 different people that the Void Spren are holding the perpendicularity, and they've been here for 2 weeks. Yasna was trying to figure out Yasna was going around Shadesmar for months, while the Void Spren were actively taking over locations.
To be fair, Yasna started in the Frostlands, which is going to be a very uninhabited area of the cognitive realm, because...
What do you mean the Frostlands?
That's where the ship sunk, right? So she popped over into Shadesmar over in the Frostlands. There's not really major like cities there, I don't think, because there's not enough humans around for the Spren to really live. So I actually don't know how many Spren Yasna was able to interact with, because she was just kind of in a, I would say, less inhabited area, would be my thought.
Yeah, I guess if we find out that she spent months here and didn't interact with anyone, then maybe. Maybe. It's weird to me that the head start the enemy has on our characters in terms of this war effort. It feels a little convenient to me. And
unless maybe, like, here's the thing. Unless maybe the Void Spren hadn't taken over everything. They were kind of, like, secretly amassing numbers. And when the Everstorm started is when they took over, which is about the same time that Yasna popped back.
Oh, like they had, like, gotten in place?
Yeah. Like, things could have changed because of the Everstorm specifically.
That, you know what? If that's what the reveal ends up being, that would make it work for me.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll ever, like, touch on it, but...
Yeah, I just found it odd that Yasna never mentioned to anybody that there were Void Spren here.
Yeah.
When it feels like that would have been so deeply relevant to the war effort that she's trying to be on the surviving side of.
Which is why I think that, like, because the Void Spren have done this hundreds or thousands of times... That they were like, here's a plan, and we activate plan, like, and they're just very efficient at what they're doing. So it actually might have all happened since Yasna was back home.
Yeah, that's fair. You've talked me down a little bit.
All right.
Yeah, I still don't love it, but I'll accept that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. We cut back to Kaladin. Everyone is harassing Syl, because she's very famous, because she's very deeply wanted. So despite the fact that she's
deeply wanted by Adolin.
Well, and so Syl goes, Kaladin, I've been trying to hide who I am because the people, I'm very wanted. And I'm like, why didn't you tell Shallan to change what your face looks like?
I know.
Like,
Syl,
you know she can.
Syl doesn't always think everything all the way through. We already know that about her.
But she goes down and is like, I've been trying to hide who I am. And I'm like, then wear a hat.
That's why she got a big hat. She literally says...
she has a hat.
She got a fucking hat.
She does have a hat.
And said, give it to Shallan when I'm done with it, okay? Shallan likes hats.
And so the Fused starts to, intervene at the Registrar's office over with Shallan.
Yeah.
But the Registrar realizes that the Radiants are back, so she's super stoked about that and helps them hide.
Yeah, that's true. She's, like, here for it.
The Fused also accidentally lit Eco's boat on fire.
Probably accidentally, yeah.
And so Kaladin gets back to the dock, and Syl is like, fuck, this is fucked. She runs and is like, I'm Sylfrena, to this big, like, golden honor spren boat. And
Which
she's
is
like,
the same
arrest
boat
me.
that laughed at Kaladin, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. That's what I wanted to make sure. Apparently, I didn't read this chapter.
And so they get arrested to get away from the fused.
Pretty much, yeah.
Chapter 103, Hypocrite, which is probably what some people in chat think I am. At some point during book
club. I feel like you're very consistent.
I don't know. People are just really mad about my opinions lately. Comments on the YouTube videos have been... No, I guess not on book club.
Yeah.
Although probably,
Look,
I don't know.
The YouTube comments don't like that you are uncomfortable with sexualized children. Yeah. And that is a them problem.
Yeah.
Anime. It's wild.
The number of people who are like, I don't know why you feel like this is weird. The age of consent in Japan is 13. And I'm like...
okay, that's fucked.
I don't know why you feel comfortable writing that. As an adult maybe an adult. I don't know.
Maybe an adult. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
So, Dalinar is in Vision again. And I didn't know this. And I feel like this is revealed in this chapter, but Dalinar has stopped going into visions because...
he knows Odium can just fucking yoink him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's like, you know what, not worth it.
I don't think it was revealed before this, but that's been going on.
Risk, yeah.
And so, in order to avoid Odium, they've been avoiding the visions. And so, Dalinar enters a new vision that he's never had before, where Noadon is old and is, like, shopping and is writing a list. Yeah. So they go shopping, and Noadon seems to be talking to him, like, very directly. And he's like, what the fuck is going on? This is very weird.
Yeah.
And Thunderclash shows up.
Yeah. Just pops its face over. It's like, sup.
And Noadon's like, I wonder why you're thinking about this, Dalinar. And Dalinar's like, what is... He's like, you like nightmares.
Dalinar is just very good at lucid dreaming, okay?
Yeah.
He's figured it out.
And then we get a great line.
Dalinar actually is on it.
That I wish was true. But I actually don't think is. Noadon says, a hypocrite is nothing more than a man who is in the process of changing. And that is so generous a way to look at hypocrites.
It is.
It is occasionally true. And not true about most hypocrites.
I think the difference is the acknowledgement of if you are being hypocritical.
I think Dalinar is closer to that statement
because
than
he is
most
able
real
to
world
acknowledge
hypocrites.
that he was a hypocrite.
Yeah.
That's the thing. If a hypocrite can't acknowledge that they are a hypocrite, they are not in the process of changing. That acceptance is the line that makes it different, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
it's
I'm
actually
like...
Dalinar's line from earlier in the book, yeah.
Most of the hypocrites. And does he say sometimes? I didn't write the full quote then. I just copy and pasted it. I just have it as... It doesn't matter. But I was like, that's... Yeah, it's... Yeah. Most of the hypocrites I have a problem with are, like, American politicians.
Because they do not admit that they're being
hypocritical. And I don't think that they're changing. I think that they're making money.
Yep. Here's the thing. A hypocrite in the process of changing is usually not a rich one.
I mean, they might already be rich, but there is not one that is continuing to get richer.
Fair.
Yeah. And so, Noadon brings up the, like, what is the most important step a man can take? And, Dalinar wakes up and is like, fuck. Another memory's hitting me. The night of Gavilar's funeral.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
This was the first one that felt a little bit goofy.
What? First what?
But I think it's because of the way it's happened across this book. But Dalinar being like, oh no, I'm remembering the funeral. And then the, like, chapter ending.
It feels very, That's So Raven.
Yeah. The acknowledgement of the memory that he was about to have, for some reason, made me laugh way harder than it should have.
Right.
But I like, cackled. I was like, it's so funny to be like, oh no, I'm remembering the funeral.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah, again, it's not that it isn't the chapter that we just came out of or the funeral itself. Neither of those things are funny to me.
Mm-hmm.
It was specifically the chapter ending with, oh no, the funeral's coming back to me now.
Yeah.
That, like, for some reason,
coming back.
I just found it to be hilarious.
Never mind.
Go watch Jeremy Jordan sing that song. Chapter 104, Strength. Navani is doing what women do. Showing up, even when their husbands don't.
Do you think Navani packs Dalinar's lunches?
I mean, like, wow, way to just fucking attack me like that. Wow.
I'm just giving you shit because I can. What?
Wow. Just.
Hey, you didn't have to acknowledge it. Chat would never have known that I was making a joke about you. You called yourself out. That, like...
She literally did when he went to Aesir. That's true. She literally packed him a lunch.
Yeah,
that did happen in this book.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. She did. She 100% did.
Wow.
What?
Nothing.
It's not a
fine.
bad thing.
I mean, the way you said it made it seem like it is. Don't pack any more lunches for me then. Fine.
It was a funny joke.
Yeah, at my expense.
Oh, please. You're not upset by it. Unless you are upset that I pack your lunches?
No,
No.
no, it's you bring
Then
it
I'm
up as if it's like this like negative thing. I do plenty of things for you.
No, I just meant, like, do you think that that's that kind of relationship they have?
I was really appreciative of the lunches last week.
I think Dalinar is also very appreciative. It wasn't a bad thing. What?
So Dalinar is not there. There's a lot of problems in Urithiru because
What? No.
they got rid of their labor. So Donald Trump.
Oh.
You want to
I'm gonna call
deport
bingo.
millions
Political tangent for the bingo.
of undocumented immigrants.
Uh-huh.
I think that Donald Trump should read Oathbringer. I feel like this would be a good book for him. Because
Actually,
the problem is going to be that we can't get our fucking vegetables farmed. And I know that, I know that there's structural issues. We can't solve things
There are so many issues.
by swiping at them all at once.
It's literally Dalinar being like, I know the surrender slaves, I don't have time to think about that right now.
Yeah.
There's too many problems.
But the real world equivalent of what Brandon Sanderson is doing is so
relevant.
Fascinating, right?
Too relevant right now.
I'm like, there are so many economists right now being like, if we deport all of the 12 million undocumented immigrants, all of that labor needs to be done by somebody, and it's gonna fuck up our economy. And I just find it fascinating that Oathbringer, there's so much about the politics of Oathbringer that are tapping into like this real world time we're in, where like we are in this tumultuous political. Yeah, it's very odd.
We're on Thanksgiving, and 100%. Jay Eddie, thank you for that super chat. Married 30 years, wife never packed a lunch.
Well, good for you. You know what? Fucking good for you, Eddie. My wife does pack a lunch for me.
I only do it.
And now apparently
I'm
that
trying to save you
sucks.
money.
So like I don't know, man.
Why
I don't know.
does it suck? You are putting that on to this.
Because you said it like it was a negative thing, and
I
I
did
thought it was
not
cute,
say it.
and I appreciated it, and I was being nice, and like.
I didn't say it as a negative thing. You should go
Anyway.
back and watch the VOD. Chad, did I say it like it was a negative thing, or was it like a funny joke?
You know what? Good for you, Eddie. You're a better man than me. Okay.
You sometimes pack your own lunches.
Or just buy stuff.
That's what I mean. I was like, hey, I'm just gonna pack this so you don't have to spend money. Why is that so bad?
Talking about Arthur, I'm very much kidding. I'm not being toxic. I don't actually care. I just
my God.
Trying to make the show entertaining.
We're hilarious. Now
the
laugh.
problem is we're not.
Laugh.
It was joke-ish. Thanks, Umang. See, Umang's on my side.
Ish, yeah.
Navani is like, fucking men can go drink and hole up, and I still have to do the economy.
I'm now curious. That's it. That's actually it. You just don't want to be compared to Dalinar.
I think I'm like Dalinar in a lot of ways.
Really?
Yeah, I think a lot of my worst traits are very similar to Dalinar's, and I think a lot of my best traits are also very similar to Dalinar's. I think of the characters in this
Jay Eddie, thank you for that super chat.
I wish she packed a lunch.
One day.
I think of the characters in Stormlight, Dalinar is the one I am most like.
Interesting.
I think that I have a propensity for addiction that he has that I'm like very aware of and try very hard not to fall into. I think that I have anger issues similar to his that I am like regretful of in my past. I think that I went through a phase, not with murder, but like I went through a phase where I fought a lot.
Right.
I think that I am a very privileged person who has spent a lot of time acknowledging that and trying to come over it, but like I still benefit a lot from the society that I was raised in.
Sure. Yeah. But in a similar way, like you've done the Dalinar thing where you're like acknowledging it and you're like, oh, maybe the way that we do shit ain't great.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. No, but I do think that like I think that Dalinar is probably the character that I think that I am most like in this book.
That's interesting. I see where you're coming from.
Yeah. I think he has a flair for the dramatic that I have.
Sure.
I think he's a very dramatic person. I think that he's a
Stormfather
very
both.
intense lover, not like sexually, but like romantically.
Yeah.
You know, he's a very committed individual.
Dalinar and Jasnah like combined is definitely like 100% in that same vein.
Yeah, I'm definitely the autism of Jasnah with the like.
Yeah, it's your interest in the deep diving of like knowledge and things. Like you like to be informed. You like to know what's going on. Like there's a lot of desires there that I think are similar to Jasnah's.
Yeah, Chris Hazelden brings that up. Nerdy, there's Parched Women Warriors. See, the side of me that's more like Jasnah. But I don't have the like kindness. I don't have the like affable kindness of like Adolin, who like makes people feel comfortable around him. Like I don't have that. I know that I don't. Like and it's something that like Corey, my best friend, has.
Right.
Like Corey and Adolin are very similar, and
I can see
I don't have that ability to just make people comfortable around me. And part of it's the tism. Like I know that. Like part of it is that my brain works a little bit differently, and I go on long droning rants about politics and shit.
And that's why y'all are here.
But you know, I think that in a crisis.
Thank you for that super chat, Chris.
I'm really good. In a crisis, I'm a person that you can look to just fucking be decisive and solve problems. They might not be the problems that... They might not be handled the way that you want them to.
Yeah, you might accidentally steal Elhakar's throne, but you meant well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but like, I agree with that. It's why I also don't think I should be in charge.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm in charge of my company. But even that, like, you're more in charge of than I am. And so, yeah, it's, I don't know. I see a lot of myself in him. But the good and the bad, not just the good.
Yeah. Ashley Moon, welcome back to the Nerds Radiant. Dalinar as a stage actor would be an amazing thing to see. Dalinar has a flair for the dramatic in a different way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's there. I think, you know, if it weren't for war being the prevalent thing in elected society, I could see him going that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nerdy is Jason Mendoza. I am not Jason Mendoza. Rooting for the Jags? Are you fucking kidding me? Gross. Bortles. There's a whole meeting thing that happens. Jasnah and her are translating shit. Renarin is trying to figure out the pattern to the storing of the gemstones for some reason.
Yeah. Yeah, because he thinks it's going to help them catalog stuff.
They really need to figure out how to make the the fabrials of this place work, but they haven't made much process on it.
Yeah, and I think like Renarin thinks that it's all one thing and that they're going about it the wrong way.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
who knows what that means?
Who knows what the fuck's going on? And so we get to chapter 105. Spirit, Mind, and Body. 6 years ago at the funeral. It's a beautiful little funeral. You know, a king's funeral, but only like families there. And at the funeral,
they literally soul cast him into a statue.
Yeah, which is cool as fuck. It's a good way to die.
It's pretty metal.
Can you imagine being the person who is slowly turning to stone because you're turning dead bodies into stone all the time? That's wild.
Yeah.
And like you're literally dying of performing the last rites to people.
Mm-hmm. To rich people.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like you're dying of interacting with death.
Yeah.
Who?
I wonder
if like a coroner feels that way.
Maybe.
And then you soulcast yourself into a statue just before you die. L-Gage, that's a good point. Wow, that's deep. Give me that interlude, Brandy.
Yeah, that's fair.
Arzu says they wouldn't be able to walk next to the statues. I would. I like graveyards.
Oh.
Yeah, I find them very calming. I like knowing that I'm not going to be around forever, and that's okay. There's something like some people are so scared of death, and I get that, right? Because it sucks to think about not being around. But like walking around in a graveyard and seeing generations of people and knowing that like just because I won't be here doesn't mean it doesn't mean anything to die, because everything's just gonna keep going anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I like that it's like memorializing, but the idea that we need huge swaths of land for like our dead bodies to occupy is a little weird to me.
Oh, I don't. Yeah. But graveyards that are like beautiful and like good third spaces to be able. I think that people should be comfortable walking through graveyards because we need parks.
Yeah, there's one that like just Anne and I went for a walk because it's like near their place, and we just like it's just like a beautiful path. There's plenty of people just walking around and enjoying the day, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, Johnny Coleman, thank you for that super chat. Better than turning to smoke because you literally turn poop into smoke every day.
Oh, fuck. I didn't think about that.
No,
that's so sad.
Yeah. Does that mean you're, like, breathing in shit?
Well, it's not shit anymore. Well, yeah, I don't know.
It was shit at one point.
It was shit. Yeah, those people breathe a lot of shit.
How polluted do you think the air is? Like, because smoke affects air quality, right? So for Shar, is that how the Radiants, is that how their previous planet fucking died? Is they just smogged themselves out? Because there were too many of them. Yeah, they caused global warming for themselves. Because they soulcast all the shit into smoke.
God, we did the global warming, so now we have to do the colonialism. They're doing our world in reverse.
Yeah, I love that for them, you know?
We did too much global warming, so now we have to go do colonialism.
Chris, thank you for that super chat. Michael, Nerdy figured it out. Nerdy is this a real low point. Yeah, this one hurts.
Navani wrote a beautiful little Ketek.
Yeah.
It was pretty. Great poem. Much content. This whole chapter is kind of beautiful. Until Elhokar kind of steps forward and is like, we're going to go to war. Everyone swear to me right now.
Yeah.
And so people start swearing vengeance on the Parshendi.
You know Sadeas was behind this. Sadeas, the first one to be like, yep, I follow you. Elhokar's like, some of you are already sworn in private. You got to do it here now in public.
Oh, yeah.
Totally Sadeas.
That's fair.
Yep.
Dalinar flees. Adolin is like, are you okay? He's like, yeah, go swear that we're gonna go to war. I need to be alone right now.
Yeah.
And so he walks into his room, and he's gonna get drunk. But Yasna's in there reading The Way of Kings.
Well, no, he gets some wine, and he hears it from down the hall, right? He's like, what are these words? And they kind of literally draw him out.
Yeah.
Yasna is reading The Way of Kings. And Dalinar...
so they sit there for 8 hours, and she reads the whole book. It's not a very long book. It's not even long enough for, Brandon Sanderson to call it a novella. But...
Wow. Maybe Yasna reads at 1.5 times speed. You know what I mean? She would. Can Dalinar follow at 1.5 times speed? Maybe not, but it's fine. Arzu,
thank you for being a Nerds Radiant. Read this book a lot, but this is the first time I'm realizing that Elhokar will never get a king statue.
Woof.
Does he deserve one?
I don't know.
Does
fucking Gavilar, who murdered people, just was like, we're gonna warmonger so that we can, I don't know, have more land.
I don't know that Dalinar deserves one either.
Well...
and so they go through the whole thing. James Ross, I'm sorry. I know, I was joke. Elhokar deserves a statue, I guess. I don't know. I don't care, man.
Who really deserves a statue?
Yeah. No one? You know what? Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan statue. Pretty good.
Oh, alright.
Kobe?
Wait, I thought...
Kobe statue? What?
Oh, I don't know.
He went down in a helicopter. Like, for what he means to Los Angeles,
Sure.
that Kobe statue, it's not bad.
Alright.
Oh, have you guys seen Dwayne Wade's statue in Miami? If you haven't, go Google it. It's so bad.
Bad?
It's so bad.
Oh.
They did the unveiling. And everyone was like...
Oh, no. Oh.
Okay, Dwayne
You know who
Wade.
deserves a statue? Lady Gaga.
She probably has one somewhere.
Probably.
Dwayne Wade statue. Okay, this is Clarissa's first time seeing the Dwayne Wade statue.
Does it matter if I don't know what he looks like?
Can I get one where it's like a side-by-side of his face and the statue?
Oh. That's fair. You could try putting it side by side in the search bar. Anyways, Dalinar takes Adolin. Sure, it's a face, I guess. It is a face.
It is also a face. It kind of looks like what Dwayne Wade will look like when he's 70.
Sure.
You know what I mean? It kind of looks like they aged him up somehow.
Yeah, that's rough. Dalinar takes Adolin and is like, I'm sorry, I was a bad dad.
Yeah, it's a great moment. I like this chapter a lot.
Yeah.
No.
No, 100%. It's really tragic.
The thing that's so impressive about Dalinar is that while listening to The Way of Kings and being changed as a man, he decides to go visit the Night Watcher, and he comes up with the most elaborate plan to make it possible.
Yeah.
So that nobody knows. In
no
like
one will notice
8
if my
hours.
trip is delayed.
Well, no, but he's going to take multiple... Aelin's like, we're going to go there. He's like, no, I'm going to take an advance force. So I'm going to go first. And Aelin's like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm going to get delayed in port. And so I'm going to stay with the one ship that gets delayed.
Yeah.
So that I can sneak into the woods, find a crazy old lady, lose my memories, and I'll be back before anyone even realizes. And nobody realized. It did work.
I guess
he came up with it in a moment.
Yeah.
Crazy.
In 8 hours.
Crazy. Ved Nair's been binging the book club's first time catching it live. What's up, Ved? Welcome to the live.
Thank you so much.
Chapter 106, Law is Light. Szeth is still with Nile and them. They've been flying for days. And apparently, like, the Skybreakers have these, like, stockpiles everywhere, which is definitely going to be important later.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nale is like, yep, I fucked up. Didn't prevent the desolation, so that sucks.
And so Ishar, who is another herald, right?
Ishar, I think.
Ishar's one of the 10 heralds.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nightblood is like, I think Nale might be evil. You should totally draw
Herald of Luck. Yeah. And so, he's like, Szeth, you're going to swear your third ideal soon, so don't kill me with Nightblood. And Szeth is like, I find your use of the law inconsistent.
Well, yeah, because they swear their own fucking oaths that they kind of make up for the third ideal.
It's true.
Like, what? Yeah, there's a few different oaths you can make. Most people do this one, but it's kind of open to interpretation. Like, I'm sorry, what? Like...
Well, and, like, you can, like, your third ideal doesn't have to be the same as everybody else's.
Yeah. So how are you, like, a cohesive order? I don't know. Although,
because Nile will kill you if you aren't.
I guess. But it's kind of the same thing with Shallan. They only swear one oath, and the rest of the time they just have to, like, say truths. Maybe it's because if they don't actually speak truths, they will literally lose themselves to pretending to be other people?
Yeah, I think that.
But...
I think that's it, right? That is the safety measure, I guess.
Yeah.
But the problem...
It is literally a safety measure.
The problem with Shallan's order is that the oaths don't actually make them good people.
Oh, no.
And I think the biggest problems with the ideals, right, is that the second sentence of the first ideal is strength before weakness, which is just an inherently flawed thing to swear.
Yeah, what is weakness? Because some people view compassion as weakness.
And some people view, like, military strength as an ideal, which is not the case, right? Like, that doesn't make you a good person. Joseph says, can I ask what you think of the Skybreaker oaths? I mean, it depends on the Skybreaker, right? And I think that's what's so inconsistent about them.
That's so weird.
Whereas, like, the Windrunners are, like, the consistent versions of what the Skybreakers wish that they could be, in a weird way. But, yeah. And so, Nin, pulls out a shard blade. And his honor blade. And he is the only herald to also be a Knight Radiant.
Well, because he is a 5th ideal Skybreaker, and he's, like, the only one, so he has his own order, maybe? Kind of? I don't fucking know.
He's saying that, like, none of the other heralds also joined their order. So all of the other heralds had their honor blade, but he has an honor blade.
Radiants.
But they're not Radiants because they never joined their orders.
Hilarious. They didn't swear anything, and he did.
The heralds haven't sworn their oaths.
Interesting, yeah.
But he did. And so because of that, but because of the oaths that he swore, Nale isn't, like, held to being a good person the way that, like, the Windrunners would be, because he got to choose the version of his oath that he swore, which is a little messed up.
Yeah. And then Nale is like, I need to tell you what happened on Aharietiam.
And then we cut away, because
we're going to find out in a little bit, in a couple of chapters.
Well, and we already know what happened, right?
What?
During Aharietiam. He reveals his death information that we already have.
And then he's gonna tell him that the humans aren't native to Roshar.
No, that's the Recreants.
Oh, fuck.
He tells Szeth about the walking away from the Oath Pact, not about the humans not being native to Roshar.
Wait, I thought the humans walked away from the Oath Pact because they found out they're not native to Roshar.
No, the heralds walk away from the Oath Pact because they can't...
Sorry, the heralds... No, you're right.
Because they can't deal with the torture anymore.
The heralds did. The Radiants are different. Yeah.
No, he reveals about the heralds walking away from the... He reveals the prologue of the prelude? Which one was it? The first one. He reveals why he walked away from his sword that day. Yeah. Not the Recreants problems.
Sorry. Radiants, heralds, different things. And I was
yeah. Which is why this is the one time where he's like, I'm going to reveal information, and it cuts to a different chapter. Where I was 100% fine with it because I already had the information.
We already know.
Yeah. Chapter 107, the first step. Dalinar gets up, and he is a new man. He's like, you know what? Let's fucking go.
It's like, I'm sober.
It's a beautiful day, and I can't stop myself from smiling. Shim's Lady says, Claris is not reading the Stormlight Archive. There's some other books getting mixed in there. I don't think that's it.
Wait, what books?
I don't know. Words of Radiance. Claris actually has a real copy of Words of Radiance and has been reading about the Radiance in that way.
Yeah, I'm reading the fucking historical textbook. That sounds...
Claris loves textbooks.
Incredible. I don't know what other story I'm getting mixed in. I just literally confused the Day of Recreants and the Aharietiam, which are from the same book.
Well, no, they're not in...
They're from the same series.
Oh, you mean Stormlight. I was like, yeah.
They said they're not reading Stormlight Archive. There's other books mixed in there. And I'm like, nah, those are both from...
I think it's just a joke. I'm not...
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought jokes were supposed to be funny.
Wow. Now you're being mean.
Yeah, I'm allowed.
Yeah. Where are we? Oh, Dalinar.
Dalinar is sober.
Dalinar's sober. He, like, goes to Taravangian, and Taravangian is like, I'm an asshole today. And Dalinar is like, what?
Taravangian's just like, don't worry about it.
Taravangian's like, today's not a day to be lacking in empathy. And Dalinar's like, you are so fucking weird. And then the Stormfather's like, whoa, Kaladin. And Dalinar's like, what? He's like, I don't know, man. I felt him.
I don't know.
My Kaladin senses tingled for a second. And he's like, okay, I don't know what that means. He's like, I don't know either, brother. Like, It was super weird.
It was like we flew together. I don't know. Crazy.
And so they go to a meeting, and Aladar is like, shit's bad. And Fen is like, hey, can we not skip over the fact that, like, where the fuck were you?
And he's like, shh, don't worry about it.
And so then they're just talking about Yakoved for a bit, and Dalinar's like...
And they realize Yakoved ain't actually the real target, because they're really gonna fuck themselves by throwing all the resources at this one place when, why would they do that? They're actually, the reason they stole all the ships is because they're going to Thaylen.
Wait, Thaylen? But Kaladin had a vision about Dalinar being in trouble in Thaylen. Oh my god.
Crazy. It's almost like Kaladin saw the future, which is evil.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. The future is literally from one of the Unmade.
It's not evil.
It's from the Unmade.
Yes.
The Unmade is like, I'm going to show you somebody's going to fuck you up.
The Unmade aren't necessarily evil.
No.
I also think the Unmade aren't of Odium.
They all seem to be very, like, human emotional states.
I think the Unmade... Okay, I have a new theory about the Unmade.
Oh.
This is... Okay, guys, new theory.
Odium and Honor went off and had an affair.
No.
Oh.
Odium and Honor and Cultivation are the gods of Roshar.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. In our chapter reaction, you and I argued about this, and I think you might be right. Because I was like, oh, Honor must have come with the humans from their other planet to Roshar.
Yeah.
Strike that, reverse it.
Oh.
Different investiture on Roshar allowed search binding. On Roshar, there were 3 gods. Before the humans were there, and since.
Yeah.
Honor, Cultivation, Odium. When the humans got to here, they brought the Unmade with them from previous place.
Oh, yeah.
I think the Unmade latched onto Odium when they got here, but they were brought to Roshar when the humans transitioned.
Interesting.
Because they're such human emotions.
Yeah.
But I don't think the Unmade were actually made by Odium. I think they predate Odium.
The only one that's weird is
Not
the, like,
Odium, but...
seeing the future one. But I guess when you think about it, like, humans are always trying to, like, kind of game life and figure out what comes next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the Unmade are... traveled through Shadesmar to Roshar when the humans came from their previous planet. So
do you think then maybe that the Unmade are actually older than the investitures?
No. I think they're just from... I think the Unmade are like the splinters of a previous shard.
Or were they corrupted? Because they keep saying that they were Unmade. Not that they are named Unmade, but that they were... the opposite of made.
I think on their previous planet, there was a shard that allowed for surge binding. And the Unmade were pieces of that shard in the way that the Stormfather and the...
Yeah, but I mean, like, were they corrupted when they got here? And that's Unmade.
I think they were Unmade when they left the shard that they were originally tied to.
Like, it broke them to leave, move with the humans.
Yeah. So they were literally Unmade when they moved to Roshar.
That's fun.
And so because of that, they are, like, tied to Odium now because they have to be tied to a shard.
Yeah, and Odium just, like, snatched them up.
But they were Unmade when they detached from the shard that they were originally under.
Yeah, that, like, broke them.
And that's why they're connected to the humans, but not to the Parshendi.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, because the Parshendi don't feel the thrill. Like, they don't have... Yeah.
So I'm thinking that, like, the Unmade had a shard. They left that shard, became Unmade, came here, attached themselves to Odium, because Odium was the passionate one.
Yeah.
Humans, at some point, found honor. I'm not sure how, because they're not very honorable. And...
I think the concept of honor can only exist if it can also be broken.
Yeah, I just mean that, like, it seems to me that the Parshendi gave Shin to humanity, and then they expanded, and the unhonorable element of it was expanding beyond the land that they were given, and so we'll get into it, but...
That's the thing, is we don't really know what the fuck happened.
And so I think that that's why the Unmade are working against Odium for the humans in some little ways, in a weird way.
Yeah.
Like, Ja-Anat, is like, I don't want to kill you, Shallan. And I think it's because not remembers being a human, being like on the human side at some point.
Yeah.
I just don't know why. All right. So Dalinar goes to the meeting. They basically are like, okay, we have to defend Thaylen. Dalinar goes and talks to Kadash. He's like, yo, Kadash, sorry about what happened at the Rift. And Kadash is like, can you just like make it easier on us? Not to be your Ardents. I don't want you to like completely, I don't know.
Dalinar's like, I'm gonna dismiss you guys, and he's like, no, you don't understand.
And so Dalinar is like, hey, can Stormfather.
I feel like Kadash is like, this is all I got right now. I need you to stop spewing facts.
Yeah. So Dalinar's like, Stormfather, who's leading the bad guys? And the Stormfather's like, I don't know names. I don't know. It's one of them.
Yeah.
And so Dalinar's like, okay, well, next time there's a storm, can you bring like Venli into it?
He's like, I feel something, and Dalinar's like, yeah, that one. Bring whatever you feel into the next storm thing.
So we cut over to Taravangian. Taravangian is like, hey, what's up, Agitasia? And she's like, yo, Graves, dead. The shards that Moash had, gone. Moash? Question marks.
F Moash.
So then Malada comes in, and Dalinar is like, Dalinar had a new vision, hasn't told people about yet. And Taravangian is like, oh, God, okay, well, we're about to fuck with the Knights Radiant. Are you sure your Spren is going to be okay with working against other Spren? And Spark is like, fuck yeah, burn it all to the ground.
Fuck the police. Literally just like, I want to burn it all. I hate them. These fuckers murdered a bunch of my ancestors like a really long time ago, but it wasn't actually them. It was just other people that did it. Is
weirdly also what the Parshendi's plotline is. The I'm doing this because of my ancestors that were killed by the Alethi. Like, the Ashspren are going to become voice Spren real quick.
The Alethi pissed off a lot.
Spark is in his hater arc. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I don't think they were technically Alethi when the Requirements happened. But.
Probably not.
And so, yeah, we're going to undermine the coalition. Woot, shit's bad. Chapter 108. God, this is a long book club. Sorry, there's so much that happens in this fucking...
We actually have to be wrapped up shortly, because...
Oh, shit, we have 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Shit, so... okay. So Shallan has been locked up in the boat for a week, but then they're let out because it's not honorable to lock people up, and the honor Spren are nothing if not honorable, even though their honor is questionable at best. Because
honor is a construct.
Do keep Syl locked up, even though they know that they shouldn't, but they're going to anyway, because... whatever. Shallan, turns into Vale for a bit, tries to mutiny the ship, doesn't work. So Kaladin asks her if she can like make a bridge for them if they jump off the boat. So she's like, can I have beads so I can practice drawing?
Practice like feeling the I don't know.
The captain of the boat is like, sure. So they start scooping up beads for her, and she's like, that's not big enough. That's not big enough. That's not big enough.
She said.
Yeah. Apparently, you can manifest real things here with Stormlight, which is interesting. You just need Stormlight, which she doesn't have.
Yeah.
And the Honor Spren is upset that the Radiants are back. Shallan is randomly being turned into Vale, which is making her occasionally get like flirty with Kaladin.
Yeah.
And so Azure
isn't this where like Adolin sees no. First off Adolin has like a moment with Shallan where he literally tells her that he killed Sadeas. Because Shallan is like, Adolin, I am not okay. This is a problem. I think I'm losing my mind. And Adolin is like, bet. I am a murderer. And I do know how you feel because people think one thing of me, but they don't know the real me.
Yeah, Azure gets her sword back because she makes a deal with the Honor Spren that pisses everybody off.
Yeah.
We find out that she is hunting Nightblood. That's why she's doing all of this. And she also doesn't want to keep going with them.
Yeah, she's gonna do her own thing.
So Adolin tells Shallan that he killed Sadeas.
Yeah, and
she's
Shallan
like,
is
I'm sad.
Shallan's like, you know what? He kind of deserved it.
She's like, I'm sad, and Adolin's like, I killed Sadeas, and she's like,
Damn.
that's a bigger. Oh, okay.
You know what? How about we just never tell Dalinar?
You know what? That's a good plan.
Yeah.
I really thought killing Sadeas was going to be, like, the plot of this, like, the investigation, the trial. Nah, he got away with it.
People just get away with murder. It happens all the time.
Viola Davis. Microphone died? No?
Microphone. Our microphone? Shouldn't be. No.
We still have sound.
Don't scare us like that.
Johnny Coleman, it might be a you thing.
Sounds like a you problem.
That's weird, though.
Yeah.
So then, Kaladin goes up onto the forbidden top deck and nabs a spyglass, and he's looking through, and they're being chased by the bad guys.
By the baddies.
Yeah. We find out that Syl is the, like, forgotten daughter or forbidden daughter. There was some
Ancient
term for ancient daughter.
And also, Kaladin is really close to the fourth ideal.
Yeah, he's gonna get his armor probably in the
End of book.
Sanderledge.
Yeah, I was gonna say end of book. I think.
And I mean, there's a chapter called like the Spear That Will Never Break or some shit, and so I'm pretty sure that's gonna be the chapter where we get we're probably gonna have to react to it, and it is over an hour long. And also probably where we're gonna get the
Shard
armor.
plate. Okay, that's fun. That's fun. I have no idea what we're reacting to next week.
And he's like, God, we gotta go. There's a bondsmith, and we have to go save him. And the captain's like, whoa, you did not mention a bondsmith.
Which one? And they're
Which
like,
bondsmith?
Dalinar. And he's like, who the fuck? I don't know. Shut up.
No,
That's not what I'm asking.
Who's he bonded to? And he's like, the Stormfather. And they're like, oh, fuck. We gotta help these bitches.
Daddy? Oh, shit. We're fucked.
Judy Canizares, theories on what the Windrunner fourth ideal is.
Thank you for the super chat.
Thank you. The last one was, I'll protect even those I hate, right?
Yeah.
I will wash my hands after I pee.
Okay, yeah.
I feel like Bridgefour needs that one. They seem dirty.
I don't think Rock would allow that. Rock seems like a very meticulous person. It's like, no, everyone has to wash before they grab stew because I don't trust that you did it in the bathroom.
What's an actual one, though?
I've been, like, actually trying to think about this, and I don't know. Like, maybe it has something to do with, like, I know that they said I will protect people who cannot protect themselves.
Yeah.
But, like, I will protect people even at the cost of my own life. Like, if I will...
Oh.
Like, it is my job to be the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. That doesn't... I don't know.
Danian, I think you need to go look up when Way of Kings was published. Yeah, I have no idea.
I've literally been trying to figure it out. Oh, that's true. Kaladin washes his hands all the time. That's the surgeon in him. That is very fair.
Yeah,
actually.
I bet. That's a good point.
You're so right.
That's a good point. What would the fourth ideal be? I will fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle.
I will be the wind beneath my wings.
That's funny. I vow that nobody in all of Oz, no wizard that there is or was,
is ever gonna bring me down.
Ever gonna bring me down. I don't know. I will be the runner with the most wind. I feel like I'm bad at predicting ideals because I don't have any myself.
Yeah, I don't have morals, so like I don't really know.
I will wear protection. Shard plate confirmed.
I guess.
Yeah,
this is...
I will put the face mask on myself before my compatriot when the oxygen masks fall in the plane.
Oh my god.
Takamaro 4, I am holding space for the lyrics of Defying Gravity. I'm holding space for them. I didn't know that was happening. That's beautiful.
Wicked was really good if you like musicals.
The marketing campaign was insane, but the show,
Sure.
the movie's great.
Yeah, the movie is a good time.
If you haven't seen it yet, please Google Holding Space for the lyrics of Defying Gravity and just watch that interview. It is...
Oh, this is a thing. Okay.
You haven't seen it?
No, I don't watch interviews. Sorry, I don't find
The interviewer goes, did you... yeah, I've seen people online are really holding space for the lyrics of Defying Gravity.
What does that mean?
And Cynthia Erivo goes, I didn't know that was happening. That's really beautiful. And the interviewer's like, yeah, like, I don't know if a lot of people are, but I've seen it a couple times on TikTok.
What does holding space for the lyrics?
Nobody knows.
Okay.
But now people are doing it. Now everyone's like, guys, we need to hold space for the lyrics of Defying Gravity.
I think Michael Kiyoski got it. I will protect, I will attack, most important, I will snack. That's why Rock is going to get to the fourth ordeal the fastest.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chloe's right. You have to watch it. It is so good.
Oh, God. People are so weird.
That is a lift oath. You know what? Actually, Chris Buckingham right. That is a lift oath.
True. I really don't know.
We don't have time. We don't have time to figure it out right now. We got to keep going. Kaladin sees that they're about to be attacked. And so the captain's going to help them because they mentioned the bondsmith.
Yeah.
Adolin goes up and sees that Kaladin is glowing. Shallan is real turned on by it.
Shallan is fucking drooling over Kaladin, and Adolin is like, I don't know what's going on right now.
And once more, maybe it is, Johnny Coleman, maybe it is something to do with, like, I will find, joy in helping others or something like that. Like, Kaladin's gonna have to swear an ideal to, like...
Swearing an ideal to feel a certain way, though, is very odd.
I don't know.
I just think that Adolin being like, damn, I get why Shallan is attracted to Kaladin. He's just glorious.
He's radiant.
He is radiant. This is why I think they're all a little gay.
It's true. So then we cut over to chapter 109, Nashua Kadal. Dalinar and Venli are in a high storm together, and Odium fucking attacks, ripping the Stormfather apart. It's violent. Venli doesn't really provide much information to Dalinar, but she is more impressed by the Knights Radiant than I think she was expecting. And so this chapter, nothing really happens except, like, basically a bomb goes off and they survive it because Dalinar...
Yeah, the world falls away. Like,
Dalinar seems to be able to hold off Odium better than the Stormfather can, which I think is really interesting.
I'm like, is Dalinar the champion?
Or is Dalinar honor?
Reborn?
Like, is he honor in the way that Zeth is preservation?
He's just really good at bonding things together and keeping them from falling apart. Because he's a bondsmith.
I just feel like because Sazed became... Not Zeth. I keep saying Zeth and Sazed. Confused. Because Sazed became Ruin Preservation, I'm wondering if Dalinar is going to literally become honor.
Yeah, right?
And if there's, like, that's what's being seeded here.
Because we already know that a person can kind of uphold the investiture. Like, so Dalinar could...
Not even can, but, like, there's someone needs to.
Oh,
because Ruin and Preservation needed a body, right?
I mean, I don't know. Honor's been dead for 4,000 years. I think.
Has he been dead that long? Oh, maybe.
I thought he kind of died shortly after, like, the Recreants. But I'm not sure. Because like, the Stormfather says that was kind of like the end of his days, and he was a little bit, like, Stark Raven mad about it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And so,
yeah. But I'll see what I can do. You know what? Actually, Kaladin becomes honor, because he's going to see what he can do.
No, I don't think Kaladin does,
No,
though.
I don't think so.
So Timber shows up. And
it's going down.
Venli finds herself back in her cave because the fused are keeping her in, like, worse and worse conditions so that she looks more and more pitiful every time she shows up to do her speech, which is just so
crazy.
fucking
crazy
petty.
That these are the good guys. You know what I mean?
It is crazy that these are not the good guys. But Venli is. Which is so weird, because she's fucked up.
Venli betrayed her entire people and society and has regrets.
Venli was trying to stave off a genocide, and she took an extreme route that she's now regretting. That I am... She
literally took everything that her people sacrificed in, like, shirking their gods and said, no, actually, I know better. So I'm gonna change this up.
When it was absolutely dire, and they were gonna get wiped out. Like,
they literally were like, we should maybe have some peace talks, And then Ash and I got taken over by a fucking evil Spren.
But the Void Spren had already gotten to Venli at that point.
But Venli literally says she just like was like doing it for shits and giggles because she thought she knew better and she wanted more power and she wanted more.
Judah Kennedy, thank you for that super chat.
Thank you,
when I first read Oathbringer, I had a crackpot theory where I thought unite them was referring to the shards of Roshar, where Dalinar becomes super shard.
I love that.
I mean, he might still become honor and cultivation because he's touched by both of them.
Here's the thing. I've actually been thinking about the unite them, like, voice. Because it literally seems to be a voice that says unite them. And I'm really worried that it is one of the fucking unmade. Because the unmade are able to fucking, like, speak in people's heads.
Yeah. And that the Stormfather's been tricked this whole time.
Maybe.
Yeah. Because the Stormfather doesn't seem that smart.
You know what? Actually, maybe honor is just taking a nap like Syl took a nap.
Or like Preservation did.
Yeah.
Because Preservation wasn't technically dead yet.
Yeah, he's just napping. Honor is just asleep.
Odium might think he's dead and he's not. Okay.
Venli is Lanfear, yeah.
Dalinar wakes up, the agony subsides, and Dalinar hears the Stormfather weeping.
The Stormfather had it rough.
Odium is like, hey, there's gonna be peace, but after you destroy the world. Which is ominous.
A little bit. Chapter 110.
A million stars. Shallan.
And a million dreams.
And the Fuse are gonna catch them. Kaladin goes and gets Syl. Oh my god.
Sal.
Out of prison.
I'm gonna call him Sal.
And they jump ship. Azure says, tell Zyle I'm coming for him. And they leave her behind and they jump into the beads, at which point Shallan uses Stormlight to turn a room into a room underwater so that they're inside of a room so that they can breathe while the Fused pass, and then they fly to Thaylen City.
Crazy.
Yeah. Chapter 111. Isla Steel. God, we still have 4 chapters to do. Sorry, this is a long book club. So, basically, they go to Thaylen City, they go to a meeting. None of that matters. Everything before the reveal is irrelevant to me.
I mean, Amram's a little bitchy, and that's...
Yeah, Amram's always a little bitch. Amram can suck on my dick. Amram's also like, I want to go fight. And Dalinar's like,
you have no idea,
if you weren't a little bitch, I would have told you that you're about to get all the fight you could ever want.
Yeah.
But you're about to, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, but we actually, the third sibling is, like, sleeping, which is, like, the other, like, fucking Stormfather. So that's, like, kind of important.
Right, because there's the Night Watcher, the Stormfather, and Odium's sleeping monstrosity.
Yeah.
Just
taking a nap.
There was a moment about Azure you got mad at. Didn't get to talk about that. Oh, right. Okay, I should talk about that. Azure mentions that it's better for her not to be a leader because somebody else would be better at it.
Yeah.
Which makes me think that, like, Brandon Sanderson vastly misunderstood the arc that he wrote in Warbreaker for that character in a way that I find very disappointing. Like,
what do you mean? She did the same thing. She always runs away.
But Vivenna is the only. But Vivenna spends the entirety of Warbreaker realizing that her father is not a good king of their nation, and that her people are being mistreated because of her father's failures. And what she learned from that was that her father should run the kingdom and not her.
Is her father running it? I thought.
Yeah. They literally saved the day so that her father doesn't lose his throne. But, like, she spends that whole book finding out that her dad's kind of fucked up and that, like, her people have needs. And what she learned from it was that other people should be in charge, not her, even though she's the only one who knows.
Her sister in charge with the God King. Like, I thought that's what she meant by leaving
Ciri and the
God
King still have the... I can't remember the nation names in that. But they decide not to invade.
Yeah, but I thought, like, they're in charge.
But not of both kingdoms. Only of...
You thought she was talking about, like, her back, like, way back home.
She spends the entirety of Warbreaker...
Yeah.
Finding out that her kingdom is kind of in shambles a little bit.
Yeah.
And, like, has the power and... In my opinion, the responsibility...
And what's she gonna do? Usurp Ciri?
And
like,
Adolin is like...
She didn't have that throne.
No, her dad.
Yeah, that's what...
To go back and be like, you're fucking up.
Chad is saying she's talking about Ciri, but, like, she can't be talking about Ciri because what was she gonna do? Fucking steal her sister's throne? That would be fucking weird.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Yeah, you're saying... You're saying Vivenna didn't go home and go fix her home, which is why we were upset at the end of Warbreaker, because she just kind of fucks off and doesn't take the lessons that she learned and applied them. Yeah.
Victor just saying that. My problem is that Brandon Sanderson writes a whole book where this character, the only thing this woman does is walk around a city and find out that her kingdom back home is a little bit fucked.
Yeah.
And she's the queen, or she's the princess that could go change that.
But she runs away.
And doesn't do anything about it.
Yeah.
She is consistent in that she runs away to go do other shit that is less important.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But she doesn't do that.
Yeah. Guys, it doesn't matter that she was supposed to marry the God King. She didn't.
I don't care about that at all.
I
care about what she learns in that book and then doesn't enact.
She's not going to go murder her sister to take the throne from her. She doesn't have that throne. She wasn't the queen of Hallandren. She was the princess of wherever she grew up from.
And rather than go home and try and help the people who need help, that she spent an entire book learning need help, she fucks off. But what she learns that is other people should be in charge and not her. Even though what she learned in the book that we read her do is that the people that are in charge of the country she's from are not doing a good job.
Actually, maybe she was talking about her brother. Because I think her brother was technically the heir to that throne, and so she left because she thought her brother would make a better ruler than she would.
But she didn't go home first and tell her brother what the problems were. I don't need her to go become queen.
Yes, we did not see that happen.
I'm saying that she never went home and went, these are the problems. Even if if we got any indication that her and Vasher went to her brother first and set up like what the needs were, and then she fucked off because she's like, I can't fix this.
Yeah,
but this is at least the problem. She doesn't even do that.
No,
she just fucks off, realizes there's a bunch of problems, and then is like, fuck it.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Okay, then we are with Dalinar. Dalinar, the Stormfather apparently can not only sense real storms, but he can also sense emotional storms. Because he's like, the storm is coming.
The storm inside.
The storm in this case is that the information is revealed that humans are the Voidbringers, and that they came from another planet, and the Void is that they don't hear the music of Roshar. And so where they build their civilizations, there is no rhythm. And so the Void is the silence of human civilizations to the Parshendi. Which is really cool, very interesting. I love that mindset of it, right? I love viewing the Void as being this like literal silence that the Parshendi experience around humans because they don't live in the rhythm of this planet.
When they don't have like gemstones inside them the same way, like they don't have like that like heart. Yeah.
And so this fucks everything up. Taravangian has had all of this come out at the same time.
They also say that Dalinar had other visions where he met Odium, and they're like, oh, he's fraternizing with the enemy.
So apparently humans were given Shin of and then they went and stole all the rest of the land and then enslaved the Parshendi.
Yeah.
The Knights Radiant found out about this truth, and this is why the Knights Radiant stopped being the Knights Radiant. Because they realized that their bonds were meaningless because they were enslaving pieces of shit.
So technically...
Yes.
Our predictions in book 1 were correct.
How?
The Parshmen are not the Voidbringers. Humans are the Voidbringers.
Yes.
So technically, we were correct.
But Jasna knows that.
Does now.
Didn't tell anyone.
Yeah.
And so everything falls apart. Chapter 112. For the Living. Kaladin.
I got rhythm. Thank you, Chris, for that super chat.
God, we only have 30 minutes. Okay, we have 25 minutes until our drywall person's here.
Judah Canizares, thank you as well for that super chat.
Praise Adolin, who doesn't have rhythm. Clarus doesn't. Judah Canizares, it is so wild that a Mormon wrote this story, Lamau. I mean, what do you mean? There's many planets.
Where gods all get their own planet. It's fine. Lightblind Fool, welcome back to the Nerds Radiant. Too bad for Lift's friend. Lift didn't get the memo and still thinks he's a Voidbringer. Lift is just a little
that's funny.
Bitch.
Yeah. That is a child you were talking about?
Yeah. She's like, you're a fucking Voidspren. And he's like,
she's
I don't...
10 years old.
No, she's not.
She's 10 years old.
All right. Okay. God damn it.
Kaladin has a memory of being in Amran's army. And Tara is like, I'm leaving you. Goodbye.
Yeah,
and this is all we get about this woman.
Pretty much.
Is when she broke up with Kaladin.
She's like, really cool, and she got a great opportunity, and she chose to put herself and her life and her family's future above dating Kaladin, and Kaladin's sad about it.
Which is fine, but this is also the first time we've met this woman.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't really care.
Yeah, we only get their breakup. It's like weirdly like the last 5 years.
Maybe it will be like last 5 years, and we'll see the rest of their relationship in
Go
reverse.
backwards. I love it.
I'm breaking my mother's heart. The longer I spend looking at you.
Kaladin is over and Kaladin's gone.
But the important thing about their breakup is she goes, Kaladin, show up for the living and not the dead. And it's a really great sentiment, right?
Yeah.
Like the establishment of her understanding that Kaladin's entire mentality is about Tian's death and not about her, and her being like, look, like I love that about you. You are so honoring of the dead, but like the living are important too.
Yeah.
We come back to the present, or no, we come back to the present, and they're in a forest that they're walking through because they don't want to fly anymore because they don't have that much stormlight. And they find a city.
Find the Oath Gate. Guess what? There's an army there. Oopsie doopsie.
There's an army of Voidsprent, but the Oath Gate is not corrupted like the one in Kolinar.
It should work properly.
So they only have to get through thousands of fused and Spren.
Only thousands. It's not only that thousands. Big a deal.
Chapter 113, The Thing Men Do Best. Dalinar is alone, and he is talking to the Stormfather, and he's like, what the fuck's going on? And the Stormfather's like, well, so like the recreants kind of happened because of the truth, but also
because Honor was like being a little funny about it. Like he's like super weird. Normally he like reassures them, but this time he was like, no, this was supposed to happen.
But also Surge Binding actually destroyed the planet that your people come from, and Dalinar's like, oh, maybe that's really bad. And so Dalinar goes back to the meeting as it's ending to try and like catch up with people and like change their minds, but he fails. And so then he goes back to his room. They all run away.
Taravangian's like, sorry bro, we can't be friends.
So basically Dalinar goes to his room, has a brief talk with the Stormlord, goes back to the meeting, fails a second time, then goes back to his room alone.
It's a bad time.
End of chapter.
Bad time for Dalinar. Okay. End of section.
Before we get into the interludes.
That's how we end.
Whose side are we on?
Side?
Yeah.
What are the choices?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what I mean.
That's the tough part.
Hey, we're asking the real questions here. It's not whose side we're on. It's what are the sides.
I think I'm pro Odium right now.
Yeah, that's fucking weird to me.
I think that it's going to be revealed that I'm wrong.
Yeah, because Odium's like, no, I want to murder everyone, including
confrontation. He doesn't want to murder everyone.
He does tell Dalinar that he is going to destroy everything. Yeah.
The Parshendi... Yeah. No, he says there's going to be peace after you break the world. That's not the same as everybody dies.
So mass murder, literally Dalinar has visions of the world fucking crumbling apart.
But those visions come from Honor, not from Odium.
So you're saying Honor lied?
No, I'm saying that Honor is an unreliable narrator because Honor's dead.
Or asleep.
Yeah. I
am on Adolin's side. Because the world should look good while it ends.
I am on the Parshendi who are not fused side.
Yeah.
I want the best for them.
Yeah. The Parshendi who are not fused and the listeners that are definitely still alive hiding somewhere, I'm on their side.
I think that's the listeners who escaped who will come back
just did their fucking best.
I hope they don't show up in Thaylena because I'll be like, I won't buy that.
Yeah.
But I am more on board with the native people of this land not being slaves anymore and getting to live in peace and harmony.
100%.
That's the side that I'm on.
Yeah. Guillermo, thank you for that super chat. Nerdy being pro Odium makes me think he's firmly on the Moash did nothing wrong camp. We had this discussion last week. You're going to have to go rewatch
Moash did wrong in killing an unarmed man who was holding a child. He should have taken Elhokar as a prisoner of war in that moment. He should not have killed him. The wrong move was killing him when he was unarmed. Blue Sun, I am also on Relane's side. 100%. Relane, that is the side I'm on.
We get to the interlude.
Chloe Root's right. I am pro Indigenous singer liberation. Yeah. That is the side that I'm on.
It's not pro Odium. Yeah.
No, it's not necessarily pro Odium.
Odium is also fucking over the singers. The Dawn singers. Yeah.
Oh, I have a big question about this though. I'm sorry, this is going to take a second. I know we don't have much time. I think that Odium was the original god of... how do I say this? Odium changed sides.
Changed sides? What
Yes.
sides?
Odium was god of humans when they first got to Shin. And Honor was Parshendi, and they flipped at some point. Because okay, hear me out. Prior to Odium killing killing Honor, the only way that the Parshendi could change forms was in the High Storm. And then when the flip happened, Odium created a storm of his own that they could change forms in.
That only happened just recently.
Right.
The Everstorm
But
was
so
new.
because Odium wasn't... Because there was no Everstorm in the old battles, Odium can't have been the Parshendi's god in those battles because he wouldn't have been able to help the fuse change. That was Honor's thing. And then when Honor and Odium flipped, and Honor died, that's when the Parshendi got enslaved. Those events were tied together.
Huh. Okay.
Because the Everstorm is new because Odium had to come up with a way to interact with the side he now finds himself on.
All right.
I don't know how it all works, and I don't know if that necessarily all makes sense. But I do think that is going to be revealed to be the case. Odium was on the human side when they were just Shin, and and Honor was on the other side, and they flipped for some reason. I don't know why yet. Yeah, it is like the big party flip, but with shards. It is the Democrats and the Republicans that flip, but with shards.
I think that the three of these gods were here on this planet, and that there was that they were introduced when that the humans came over, and that they were all three here. That they didn't bring one.
I don't think they brought one. I'm saying that Odium was on the side of the humans first and changed sides.
Wow.
And that's why the Everstorm wasn't a part of previous recreances and things, because Odium was on the other side of it, and now he's on the side of the Everstorm.
Sure.
Judah Kennedy, thank you for that super chat. I am
Judah.
super on the side of Singer Liberation, but barring the Alethi, most people on Rashar are just living and don't know about the past. Yeah, I agree with you, but benefiting from a system of oppression that you are ignorant of doesn't actually make you innocent of that oppression.
No,
right?
yeah.
And that's where it becomes important for people to acknowledge the wrongs that they've done and to benefit the people that they've oppressed and enslaved for thousands of years.
Yeah. Honestly, it's probably good for the fucking Alethi to be like, oh shit, I thought we were the good guys.
Interlude 12. Rhythm of withdrawal. It's not guilty by association. It's
not guilty. It's that they have benefited from the society that built itself up by doing these terrible things.
The Alethi are literally oh God, how are we gonna rebuild our city? We don't have slaves to do it for us. And so is Thaylena.
They literally can't function without making slaves of the people who they stole the land from.
Yes.
That is fucked up.
Problematic.
Yeah.
The fact that the Parshendi got their sentience back, and the problem that some of these cities are having with that is that they can't use them to rebuild their buildings for free.
Function without slaves? I mean, that's fucked. Yeah.
It isn't like these societies found out the truth and all immediately went, oh my God, we need to benefit them as much as possible. They're going well, our humans don't want to do the work that's Parshendi work.
Yeah.
That's slave work.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
That's fucked.
Yeah, we're gonna pay people a living wage? Absolutely not. We don't do that in America. Roshar, I mean.
Yeah. So that's where the morality, that's where the modern morality comes of it. Yeah. I am not blaming modern humans.
No, we're not we're also not saying that it is these people's fault. Most of them, again, have no idea.
Yeah.
They just, again, they are complicit in this society.
It is about
structure.
the way in which they're continuing to be complicit by desiring to continue to have free labor from the Parshendi.
Yeah.
Because they're in their minds, they're if we can get the Parshendi back, we'll have free labor again. Not, if we get the Parshendi back, we can pay them living wages, right?
Oh, no, they want to make them slaves again because they cannot function without their slaves.
Yeah.
Which is a society that is built on, a just problematic foundation.
Yeah. And they can do better. And I hope that they do.
Yep.
Venli is in Thaylen talking to Parshman. Or no, she's in Thaylen. She's in like the country, not the city, because they're gonna go attack the city.
Yeah.
She's not allowed to answer questions anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Odium is really like, I don't know if I can trust this Venli girl, but God, she is the mouthpiece that we've decided. And she goes to her house, her little cave.
Her cave.
And instead gets grabbed by this random fuse that's gone crazy and doesn't talk.
Yeah.
We're on a 15-minute countdown. Okay. And so she gets dumped on this boat. There's a bunch of boats, and they're like, okay, we're going to war. We're going to war. And that's kind of it. The Everstorm's going to come. Obviously, the attack and the Everstorm will hit at the same time.
Yeah.
The end of this is really interesting because the Fused says that when we are done winning your land back, we will finally be allowed to sleep.
Yeah.
So I'm like, almost like the Fused are like super understandable.
So actually, the resolution for this is that the Fused need to drop the vendetta against vengeance, and that they actually need to work together to then all live on this planet in harmony.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not going to do that.
Why?
They're going to go to war.
Shut up. I can dream. I can think of there might be a happy ending.
They are literally like the souls of the people who were colonized are still alive trying to decolonize.
Well, and here's the thing. They're not rational. We know that they're like insane. That's what I mean. Like they need like someone like the listeners to actually mediate and have conversations. Why is my... Shut up. Literally, what is buzzing?
Just turn it on airplane mode. Why are you yelling at your phone right now? Risen. We cut over to Risen. Risen. We listened to this chapter, so if you want the full breakdown of it, go watch that. Okay, so Risen is now wheelchair bound. Their legs still do not work after they jumped off of the Great Shell, but they are in Thaylen. Weirdly, they run the books for the Queen.
Pretty much.
Her pet Larkin Treachery is here and is still sipping on that sweet, sweet Stormlight.
Yeah.
Her old boss, her Babs, shows up and is like, hey, I want to go see the big gemstones. And she's like, let's go see the big gemstones. And so they go, they get a Queen's Guard, they go down, they get into the vault.
He offers her his ship.
Yeah, she gets a boat. I'm sure that'll matter later.
Yes.
They go into the vault. Boom. Attack. Parshendi. It's bad.
It's not weird. It's just like a happy coincidence because that's where shit's about to go down. It's all connected.
It's weird because the last time we saw her was in the ocean in the middle of nowhere. And now it's like she
went back home. Yeah.
She's in the place where the fight's about to go down.
Yeah.
That's all. It's not.
Yeah. So they go down to some pretty rocks and somebody fucking betrays them. Starts murdering all the guards to steal a perfect gem. Yes, it is a Parshendi.
Because we find out that Honor's Drop... Is it Honor's Drop? It's something... King's Drop.
King's
Drop is here.
Perfect stone.
Perfect gemstones. Oh, we didn't talk about this in fucking Shadesmar. But perfect gemstones don't leak Stormlight.
Yeah.
So
really
they
good
last
for the
forever.
Banks.
And so... Because in the last week's reading, we found out that the... Else callers were holding all the...
They're holding, yes.
They were protecting them?
Yeah.
And so now we have the pretty big rocks. Vastim gets stabbed. Risen manages to... the Parshendi gets shot with an arrow, but it pulls it out and heals. And she's like, oh, fuck, what am I going to do?
But then Treachery goes in and steals all its Stormlight / Void Light. Stormlight, I thought... No, you're
So
right.
the mosquito things eat both.
Yeah, they eat both Void Light and Stormlight. And so she's able to shoot him with a crossbow bolt. And yeah, it's fucking crazy.
And so we find out that not only is she like the third character on page to kill a Fused, which is wild.
True.
The Fused can light weave, which I was not sure if they would have that ability.
Yeah.
But it does. This is the confirmation I needed. I'm pretty sure they have all 10 abilities.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So Risen is Moash, Kaladin, and Risen are the three characters I think we've seen kill a Fused on page.
Yep.
So they can die. You just have to have magic.
Or stab him in the gem heart.
Where is Larkin, though? Do you know? Does anyone know where Larkin is?
We don't have time for this. Interlude Teft.
Teft.
Teft is not doing well. He's still an addict. He thinks he's hiding it very well, and he's not doing a great job at all. Everybody knows, and he's like, everyone's going to leave me and abandon me anyway, so who fucking cares? Then they go to... They're walking down the hallway in the barracks at Bridge 4, and his Spren appears next to him and is like, you said the oaths. you said the oaths. What are we doing? And then she's like, wait, something's wrong. So we are right. Teft is also
a Windrunner.
Bonded.
Because we find out that he has said his third ideal.
What?
Yeah, he's like, because he said the third ideal because it's, he said.
What?
I
thought she just said, like, the first one. He said, the first one.
Second ideal. He said the second ideal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Which is the one, because isn't there a line about how he hates himself more than anyone? The person he hates most is himself or something. I don't know. And they go into the room, and bunch of people are dead. Rock is near death.
No, one person is dead and two are almost dead.
And Rock is near death.
Rock is near death because they stole the fucking honor blade. Somebody knew, and I'm calling it right now. It's gonna be that motherfucker who offered Dalinar booze. There's a fucking snake in Bridge 4, and it's that fucking guy who's a sassy little bitch. I'm calling it. It's him.
Sorry, wait, what?
There's a sassy little guard guy who, like, gives Dalinar sass all the time, and also, like, offered him booze when he was, like, kind of fucking, like, he was, like, freaking out a little bit. And I think it's him. I think he's the fucking
No, that
betrayer.
guy's the fucking tits.
No, he's bad news. He offered Dalinar booze when Dalinar was like,
that would make me so sad. I like him a lot.
No.
Oh, no, if it's that guy, I'm gonna be so pissed.
Fucking snake. Yeah.
No, he's my favorite.
No,
I like him a lot.
Calling it right now.
That would make me so sad.
That's my prediction. He's like, hey, Dalinar, yeah, have some booze.
He's like one of my favorite minor characters in the series.
Yeah, fuck him.
Why? Because he likes a nice glass of whiskey?
No, he stabbed Rock.
He did. No, I don't buy it. I don't buy it for a fucking second.
Telling you right now.
And the saddest part about the chapter,
yes,
other than obviously the violence and the death, is that Teft realizes
it's his
jacket that he sold for drug money.
Yeah.
And, like, this is fucking Brandon Sanderson. That's some pretty good fucking writing right there.
That's bullshit.
Brandon Sanderson. That's some pretty good writing right there.
Great section, y'all. Fucking great section. Great book
The interludes,
club.
all three of the interludes were fantastic.
Yeah.
The Venli one's practical. It's not bad. It's just
setting up for, fight's about to fight.
Even the end of the Venli one where the Parshendi was like, or where the fuse was like, when we win, we can finally sleep. I really like that moment because it like establishes what the
ghost
reason for them is.
Yeah, they're like ghosts that are like haunting because they can't like go to rest properly.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I really like this book. I definitely have I'm the scope of it is large. Mm-hmm. And
we've come a long way since the Way of Kings interludes.
Yes. Lauderoo. Yes.
Yes, we have.
I definitely think that is the case.
Yeah.
I definitely right now, unless the Sanderlanche is a mess, this is my favorite Stormlight book. Mm-hmm. By far. Not by far. I mean, Words of Radiance is very good, but it is. But
like definitively, it doesn't have to be by far. But you are like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even this section, which I felt was. There was stuff that I feel like could have been edited, and this section could have been a little shorter.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it, and I still think the writing is very strong.
Mm-hmm.
I really want Brandon Sanderson to, put the love triangle shit to bed. I don't like the Shallan, Kaladin, Adolin stuff.
Unless they all fuck, because Adolin's like, how could you not love Kaladin? He's so hot.
If we end up going with like a queer thing, then I'll be more okay with it. But I don't. The like Venli is into Kaladin, and so
Vale.
Vale is into Kaladin, so Adolin's gonna watch me be like aroused by Kaladin's Stormlight. I don't know. That's not necessarily working for me, but everything else is. And so, yeah, I like this book a lot. The reveal here, we were kind of joking and talking about it in the reaction of like, does Brandon Sanderson want me to be on these characters' side? And I don't know that he does.
Everyone is complicated. That's why I think it works so well for me.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, God, it's messy, right? Like,
yeah.
And I say that in a good way.
Yeah.
You're like, Odium is the bad guy, and you're like,
I don't know that he is.
But that's the thing. Villains where you're like almost on their side is like actually more interesting than Mustache Twirly, just the epitome of evil, right?
I do think it's going to be really hard to tell stories. I think that like I think that the expectation that Stormlight fans will have of their DMs playing the Stormlight RPG is going to be really tough. I think that this is a world that is not built very well for the freedom of a TTRPG, and the way that like Brandon Sanderson books do these massive reveals is going to be tricky for is going to be tricky to pull off at a role-playing game level. And the expectations people might bring to those games are going to be difficult, I think, for GMs to navigate.
I think it actually also depends on how this story plays out and where...
And what the next reveals are.
And where the game takes place, like, if you're going with, like canonically, when it takes place in the world.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously you can set your game whenever, just use the rules. It's just, the way in which the story is being told, and I think that what Stormlight fans like about Brandon Sanderson's storytelling is not actually what a game story feels like. And I think
it's gonna be very different.
Oh, sure. I just think that, like some people who watch Critical Role and then expect their TMs to give them a critical role, building...
People are going to be like, why didn't you give me a Brandon Sanderson novel? And we're all going to be like, we are only human.
Well, yeah. And all the reveals are already in the books. So, like, if you've read the books, you almost, like, have to take the rule set and then do... If you want to do what Brandon Sanderson does in this world, you have to take the rule set and build a new planet. Because you can't reveal.
You just do it at a different point in time.
Oh, sure, but the big world changing reveals are already made, right? And so it's just kind of an interesting
But it's also a fucking game there you can do whatever you want and make up anything you want. So it doesn't actually matter. My games will not take place on Roshar. It will take place on homebrew worlds in the Cosmere. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's gonna be the way most people end up having to go.
Oh, I think that's probably the most fun way to do it and give you the most freedom.
I agree.
Or it's like alt Roshar, alternate timeline Roshar, right?
Yeah.
Which could be really fun. If you picked a moment on Roshar that went differently, what are the consequences of that, and how does the world look because of that moment? Yeah,
no, I agree with that. I hope that the players who are brought into TTRPG gaming by this game existing and their love of Brandon Sanderson books are open to the way in which their DM will not be Brandon Sanderson.
Yeah. No one is Brandon Sanderson.
Right, but it like the Matt Mercer effect for a while there was DMs complaining that their players wanted that experience.
Yeah.
And they're not Matt Mercer, right? And this big reveal being like it's deeply meditation on the long-term effects of colonialism is like that's tough to explore, especially for a table that's all white. So it's just gonna be interesting to see what it's gonna be interesting to see how people handle that and the pressure of like telling stories in Brandon Sanderson's world.
Fair, yeah.
I'm just curious about it. I can't wait to get my hands on it. If you like the video, subscribe to the channel. If you don't, hit the dislike button. Leave me comments down below because the algorithm god is hungry and we must feed her. This episode, that algorithm goddess is Azure because she came in and fucked off and doesn't have to go to the war in the next section. So good for her. If you want to follow us on the internet, you can. I'm at nerdynightly.
I'm at Claris Polaris.
Claris, what's your high for the week? My
high is the moment where Dalinar is like, oh my god, I almost hated my children, and has this self-awareness of the choice to not let himself spiral. He has fucked up in so many ways. But him realizing that he kind of made that he was trying to start making shit up in his head.
Yeah.
And that moment with Renarin, it fucking hurt my soul, but it was so beautifully done.
My low is gonna be Adolin looking at Shallan looking at Kaladin. I just didn't love it.
Yeah, that is also my low. I feel really weird. I don't want this love triangle to be weird CW-esque, but here we are. Your high.
The reveal. I mean, it's such a massive moment. It was earth shattering, and I didn't see it coming.
Yeah.
I probably should have, but I just wasn't thinking about the world in that way, and It changed everything. I don't know how I feel about it yet, because it's going to be about how our characters respond to it, right?
Yeah.
But I definitely thought it was huge, and it lived up to the hype of Taravangian thinking it was going to be that devastating for Dalinar.
Yeah.
The problem is that it is also that devastating for everyone, so I actually think Taravangian might have shot himself in the foot a little bit by revealing it, but we'll see as we move forward.
They're going to need someone new to look to for authority, and Taravangian wants it to be him.
I just don't know why anyone would... The number of people who are going to be despondent about doing anything because of the reveal... You like, look at Bridge 4, right? Like, Bridge 4 feel the same way about the reveal that I do.
Yeah.
Of, like, are we on the right side?
Yeah.
And I love that Bridge 4. I love that they were like, we're going back to your theory to think about this, because I don't know that...
We thought we were doing something good, and now it's like, oh, we're the best.
We don't know if we want to protect everybody until Kaladin returns.
Johnny, thank you for that super chat. Brandon should should DM a live play and make it canon.
Yes, and he should do it on the role play relay. Brandon Sanderson, open invitation.
Yeah, anytime.
All right, we're going to go, because we have to. But, Smut Corner, Shallan, Adolin, Syl, Kaladin, Azure, 5-some.
Oh, we're going like... And
Pattern
watches and takes notes. 100%. Yeah.
Pattern watches.
Yeah.
Think about it, people.
No, they tie up Pattern. Pattern's there, he's like, no, mating. And there's nothing you can do about it because he thinks it's kinky that way.
I think the lady doth protest it too much, Pattern. This was a fun book club. Thank you so much. We'll be back in 2 weeks for the end of the book.
Yeah.
Sorry, Claris is at PAX Unplugged. So 2 weeks. Hope you enjoyed this 4-hour book club. Sorry they're always so long now. I don't know what to do about it. We said we weren't going to do more than 3 hours, but there's just so much good shit to talk about. And fuck, this book is good. Really, really enjoyed the conversation today. Thank you, everybody.
Hell yeah.
Do something nerdy tonight.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Oh, where's the button?
Right there. Found it.